Ja, het ben education na. Hoe she thought by so via Zoom or by calling in. Thank you for being with us this morning. And also I'd like to greet the Vicente chapter, chapter administration and chapter officials and community members for allowing us to have our resources and development committee meeting here at your chapter. And also I would like to thank you for your hospitality as well. Development Committee. I would like to call the meeting to order at 10:03 a.m., May 31st, 2023. So Mr. Tahi, if you could go ahead and please take roll call.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nations Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, May 31st, 2023 at 10 a.m. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Anclaw.
Shauna Anclaw present.
Honorable Shauna Anclaw is present. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson. Here. Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto So. Madam Chair, you have 5 members available, which constitutes the quorum. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Of course, Mr. Tahi for doing roll call. Ado inda kodoshanat ani tatnas the large that's the here at Vicente chapter. You can't deal with Mr. Perry. If you could just do the welcome address, Ado inda citizen Linigin I give Resources and Development Committee meeting to Ashon the Benka the lake. Kudot doshanat ani.
Yat ben shenantai that ani kanofenigi eshpasana Resource and Development Committee members, staff, and hanokai honorable. Jonathan Perry and Shep Akoro Vicente, the Jadakati engaged over Nete Archico, Aro Ashton, Aro Torichin and Shadow to Hagli, Bashishin, Senahap, Nita Shadam, but Anita Chanel. Serving as the chapter president here, previous to being a chapter official, I was on the Navajo Nation Council, 23rd Navajo Nation Council. I sat on the RDC as well. So it's good to have this committee out here. This is Vicente chapter, our community here. We're one of the first communities in Eastern Agency. Before Crown Point was established, we were here. And we'll get into our history, but I want to take time to say thank you for being here. We do have a long history in this region, dating back to pre-1860s when we went to Fort Sumner. Our ancestors went out there. So we'll be able to share that with you, staff. Good to see some of you again. It's been several years. But with that, I'll go ahead and we'll open up with a prayer this morning. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here this morning. We ask you to be with each and every one of us here. Lord, you gave us this day. You brought us together for business on behalf of the community and the Navajo people. I ask you to watch over our leaders here, sitting on the Resources and Development Committee, our council delegates, and the rest of the delegates in the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I ask you to watch over our speaker and of course our Navajo Nation President, Vice President, all support staff. We ask you to be with our community members here and our people across Navajo Nation. Lord, bless our agenda here and our discussion here today. We have an agenda, Lord. I ask you to help each and every one of us, guide us, give us the wisdom and knowledge we need to make the right decisions on behalf of the Navajo people. Lord, with this meeting today, I also ask you to watch over our leaders as we continue to travel on behalf of the Navajo people, guide them and protect them as they conduct their work, Lord. It is a lot of work being a council delegate, Heavenly Father, so we ask you to be with them. With this, Lord, we pray in your son Jesus' name, amen. Lord, thank you again.
Hagoshi Ado Shanat Ani, Mr. Perry, for opening our meeting up with a beautiful prayer here this morning. Ado Inda, going forward on to announcements on the agenda or introductions, I do apologize. I'd like to go ahead and have our honorable colleagues here introduce themselves. Ado Shanatani, Honorable Rick Nez, Nebehado Jish.
Ja, ben Rickness in o one son and snack or zay kachin, bashes chin, chana bit in the shade, okay, ani, the shanala, narration one chapter holy, ada go ha, nea, dag, avocado, ado, astrago chapter, banash, shige, ha, chada con, chesson ani, and the next one chapter. Nenanza dol kite east tosacado, tishndesh is Ado Honorable Perry, a kid, Hudson, Zenigi by Kevin Zendo, a kid. Yeah, they have been education, Donnie, my colleagues, members of the RDC, Research and Development, got Mr. Toll, good morning, yeah, they have been. Shay Dennis in the Shine, out of the Hanadri Nashka, out of Nens, Lenny, Twitchy, especially versus Chin, Nash, Audika, 8 chapters on Nashka, either Herford, the Yeezy, Lake Valley, White Rock, Simply, Crown Port, and you say, so yeah, they've been like this. Yeah,
they've been a good morning. Good morning. Just want to, you have to, kind of got me nervous back there, spilled my coffee, so. Just want to say good morning to everybody here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hosting the RDC meeting here today. It's an honor to be here. And it's my first time here in the community, and I saw a lot of different communities on the drive over here. So I'm from Cameron, Arizona, toward Grand Canyon. So that's where my family's from and my grandparents. So and Shay Madish Kishnishne, Ashkan Hazo Bashichin, Hana Nidish Shay, Senajani Dishnella, Okotego Dineshne, Slabeda Sha. So those are my clans. And I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Casey Allen Johnson, the Vice Chair for RDC. And I'd just like to thank everybody for being here today with us. I want to thank my honorable RDC colleagues, our legislative advisor, Mr. Rodney Tahi, and our legislative staff over here, Mr. Leonard Mose. Thank you for being here, as well as Chairman Nez, Honorable Danny Simpson, Madam Chair Brenda Seuss, Honorable Shauna Claw that's on the call, drive safely, also Honorable So, and also Honorable Toth. Thank you for being here with us today. It's good to see you. So I just wanted to thank everybody for being here. Let's have a productive meeting, and I'll probably be back there in a minute for a refill.
Yeah, the next person, colleague that I'd like to go ahead and have her introduce herself is Honorable Shauna Claw Shadeja. Don't you add that these. Is Honorable still on the call?
No.
Madam Chair, can you hear me now?
Oh, we can, Shanatani, go ahead, introduction.
Good morning, everyone. And then thank you for the prayer. Good morning to RDC committee members, as well as our staff. My name is Shauna Ann Claw. My clans are Watlan and Nishlito Twitchini Bashichin Patini, the Shichido Kiani, the Shnella, Kutama, the Sunshine. And I will be seeing you all shortly. Back to you, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Sedasia, Honorable Claw, Ado Inda, Ado Nana Shanat Arni, Honorable Ado So, Ado introductions.
Good morning. Do you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, yeah, it's been Madam Chair, I did, Vice Chair, though, I did Masane, Honorable Claw, I did Shay, Honorable, Nez, though, I did, Stado, so, Honorable Simpson, it's been, get auto so in the could not talk it leading need on and as a cup of shame. Look at net as shade or Senat Jenny, that should not let what I need or 20 nest is a net, but not but had the shah because in his does a door, but in the door letting hit how and slot or this other we are killed in the chapter. Thank you for hosting us there. The committee, Resources Development Committee, about here needs to do something so big how so I got here needs so much. I was told it. I'm gonna go on mute.
Senatani, Honorable Ado So, Ado Inda Kuna Aya, Kajada, they see Yat A, but then colleagues of Resources and Development Committee, legislative staff, and also to Honorable George Tolt, doing the Shanat Ani Linigi on the call, and all the listeners on the call, and the community members and constituents that are present here at Vicente chapter. Sheya Brenda Jesus Dashajinido Tsanajin Shlon Twitterji Bashashin, Panahi Dashachigo Twohana Dashanale. Akota Uya Asana, Do Mado Masana Shle. Ado Eya Kundinigi, Bagin Haho, Ado Yad Ehoshi, Ligi Koto, Ike Nandishin Ligi DJ, that the Ado in the Kodosto Sessionat Ani Honorable but in offer introduction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, Vice the Sampson, Honorables. And then other souls coming in, also Paul, Honorable Paul. Although here can have I give visuals and then again, so in here on the chapter fishing, then again, I believe ground for this year also. Yeah, so standing round in the very round sites. Okay. All right. Yeah, Shay George told me Gilbert and slow. Okay, fastest change, Annie, that's not my opinion, that's a change. Otto, Waka, Casimir Lake, Little Water, White Horse, and Tata, Encino, Counselor Antonio, and a representation. So, okay, and final time, Resource Committee. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Tote, Ado in the I'll have legislative staff introduce themselves. Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of RDC. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resources and Development Committee. I'm Kia'ani and Senchakina, and I'm originally from Steve, Arizona. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi, Ado, Mr. Mose.
Morning, everyone. Madam Chair. Chair, let go the share, put it to the dead. I try to go. I'm not in budget. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, Ado, legislative staff. Ado, I'd like to take it to our legislative team member, Miss Samlatsa Jim, *6 to unmute and introduction.
Oh, Yat Binish and Honorable RDC members and the community of Vicente chapter. This is Samlatsa Jim. I am the legislative assistant to the Speaker of the Navajo Nation. In Shlenigi Eyartsana Bithni and Shle. Andana Bashichin, Andana Dashinaledo, Ashihin Dashiche. Thank you for hosting this meeting in our community out in Eastern Agency.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Jim. Otto Inda, next, I'd like to go ahead and take it to Mr. Gregory Mahoja with the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Honorable Madam Chair, members of the RDC, I'm Greg Mahoja, Regional Director for BIA Navajo Region. I reviewed the agenda and don't see that BIA is on, but I will remain on and off today in case there are any technical questions that I might be able to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mahoja. Also, next to Shania, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. from the 24th Council, introduction.
Oh, good morning, Madam Chair, Deja, Arun, the Vice Chair, Johnson, Arun, the RDC members, and those not those the Deja, out of the legislative staff, to change Mr. Tahi, those not us, Mr. Mose, on the Shama, I start Ms. Khan, out of honor, best man, I start our 25th Navajo Nation Council, I start Chanel, Mr. Simpson, I start Sayat A. Wilson C. Stewart Jr. and yeah, Office of President, Vice President, that National 40 Points Agency Representative. And what's so the A and Shadow knowledge as the Kachini, but Chin Kachin is Ched up between the Chanel. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Stewart, Otto Inda, Otto Shitsila, Mr. Douglas Capitan, introduction.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Shea Douglas Captain and Shin, skipping Schlant totally versus Chin, Gianni, this is Shane, another. Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Douglas Captain. I am the Division of Economic Development, Support Services Department Manager and the SSBCI Program Manager. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Capitan. I'd like to acknowledge the individuals that are present here in the chapter house this morning. Again, I really appreciate the hospitality. So I'd like to go ahead and take it around the room. Just make it brief. I'm so grateful that you had made it out to our Hogan level here. This morning we had met and share a March Lantana and Shiedo. I'm the chapter vice president here. The taught Hidlin in the Shiedo to not business versus chain. Here on it, the Shanalado, but on it, the Shache, Nahas Kalido, Shanalan, the quicker share, get that ego door. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Good morning, I've been Mayor Vicente and Chia. Oh, it's an Algerian Shloma, Ham, Torquaja, Ebash's chain, Hachi, English Chedo, Honavani, Ishina, I'm on the land use planning committee as a member. Thank you. Yat a Benashaya, Linda Johnson, in Shek, Akura Vicente chapter on a Shawa. Sana Bislin Shaw, Kachi, Ida Shajado, Kia Ani, Ida Shachedo, Poor Caitlin, Ida Shanala. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming out to Vicente chapter. Good morning, everyone. Yat I have been reading Capitan in Shiedo Akodo Istosandishki Sun and Shiedo Iskidin Shonkia Ani Ebashichin Budichi the Shanalado Sanapit the Shiche Ado Shachin Bija 848 that. Yat a RDC honorable officials, you are here in the Senate, and it's nice to see all of you here and the community members here. Thank you. Yat a Shaya, Shahan, he the Dashni, let's say. Okay, and give me that 8,000. Ado, Hano Kagi, Shanat Ani, Danslini, a Shaya, Arlene, Arvisa, Arthur, and Shadow. A Shayan shot or Heglin, a Bashin, but Ani, the Shiche, Ado, Nanesh, Vegetati, the Shanala, without a astonishment. Ado, a Shananishigi, Secretary Treasurer, a Nishon, at Vicente chapter, Katna, Hego Hodges, Shahan.
Good morning. My name is Mary Lynn Harry. Asking in snow, Kia Anne, buses chain. Kobajna Ajita Chedo, Senapis Nationale. And I am the Club C, Vicente chapter Club C secretary. And I'm glad you guys made it out and talk about being nervous. We're the ones that are nervous, so don't worry.
My name is James Wolk. I'm maintenance here at the chapter and custodian. Ashin Snow Nova Levana buses team.
RDC Hanokagi Shahak Dish Indashi Adet Nijits Natashka the Dane from Nijits Battles and then he did Kudo Adjournment Ahor Ahnadan Shidi Nile Shay Johnny Johnson and Shay Narete Ahadon chapter president the Eastern Agency Council chair Daishinanish out of the Quigoshi members of the Madam Chair, the Vice President Johnson, and Honorable Delegate Simpson. Rick Ness, good to see you. Auto staff on Dakai, Auto Economic Development, Auto in the Shinai, George Toth, in Rete, in Rete. Customer late. Adish named on it. Ado enta kaakidi Vicente chapter. The young Shnation. Ado was an Azubash chain adult of the Shinal for he cleaned the check. Kotaria at the landscape or share. Ado cash national Sahador, they show it is in close enough Vicente chapter became not all Athens on a Basha. Rather the setup. So thank you. You all have a wonderful meeting and good to see all of you.
That's a Bennett. I don't High so Kaigi, Madam Chair, and all the representative from RDC. I can't have Spago Ade Naha so Kai. Shea Beverly Vicente, Dashijana, Ado Tana Bislin Short, Hohatlini Bashin, Kia Ani Dashiche, Ado the Vicente chapter, Club C president, Ayan Shan, Ashana, I don't know what you because I can't appreciate it very, very much that you've made your way out to Vicente. Thank you.
Ja, dat is ik oh, dat is een hol, ja. Deze, dan stuur mij ja, dan deze, we welcome all of you. My name is Barbara Whitehair. I'm Tohi Lina. I didn't a business Bashino, but Club C Vice President here. We welcome you all, not only the Noshini, the 25th council members, and
we're trying our best to do the hospitality, and we're gonna do our presentation. So we will all welcome you here, and I'm originally from here. Thank you for coming in and enjoy your day. Thank you. Hello, my name is Michelle Collins, and I'm the office assistant here. We are happy to be hosting the meeting. Thank you. And I do have two workers from workforce here, Tia Boleyn and Sarah Kelly.
Ben Shea, Chris Burnside and Shea. The press officer for the speaker's office. And I'm originally from Little Water, Borrego Pass, Shea Kiani, Shadot, Footajini, Bushes Chin, Ashe Dashanalo, but Ade Dashache. And it's good to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, Yate Benashe, Yate Repinto, Shiro, what London National Touching Machine, Makayene, Dashanalo, Ispane Dashache, but I work as the LDA to Arnold Denny Simpson here. How do I get?
Yeah, Ado Shikation Nagich and the Ado Nana Tago to Vicente chapter. It's really great to see some synergy within chapter leadership and also chapter administration when these types of events are being held at local chapter communities. So to the workforce workers and the chapter staff, then I'd like to also thank the leadership, chapter officials, and to the Club C, the veterans organization, and also Kodonke Natani Linigi. So now jumping on to item 3 on the agenda, we will be reviewing and approving the agenda. May I get a motion to accept the agenda? Motion by Vice Chair Johnson. May I get a second? Oh, okay, I do apologize. I'm sorry. I jumped ahead.
Yes.
Mr. Tahi, could you please read the agenda to the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Nomination Council's regular meeting, Wednesday, May 31st, 2023, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location of Vicente Chapter House of Crown Point, New Mexico, and via telecommunication. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal, May 24th, 2023, regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, report by the Division of Economic Development on the State Small Business Credit Initiative Program and the impact of the federal debt ceiling on the SSBCI program if an agreement is not reached by the federal government. Presenters, Douglas W. Capitan, Department Manager, Department of Support Services, and Tony Serglanis, Acting Division Director, Division of Economic Development. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation 0106-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee. Concurring to the appointment of Tom Ranger to serve on the management board of Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, sponsor Honorable Seth Damon. B, legislation 0113-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, certifying Vicente Chapter's community-based land use plan, which has reevaluated and readjusted Vicente Chapter's 2018 community-based land use plan, sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson. C, legislation number 0114-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee and the Nambikit Committee, establishing the Nambikit Committee Reservation Roads Task Force, sponsor Honorable George H. Toth. 8, close of meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi, for reading the proposed agenda. May I get a motion? I'll go ahead and still accept Vice Chair Johnson's motion. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson, yeah. And members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on the proposed agenda here before us?
Go ahead and make an amendment to the agenda. Like to add the approving and participating in a meeting with the Department of Minerals and U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs on updates regarding mine assets, Kayenta mine reclamation, permitting and bond release process, land relinquishment and agency responsibilities for Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in Window Rock, Arizona. Thank you.
Agoshi Ahiha, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson. So members of Resources Development Committee, we do have amendment number 1, motioned by Honorable Vice Chair Johnson in approving and participating in a meeting with the Department of Minerals with Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of Interior, BIA on updates regarding mine assets, Kayenta mine reclamation, permitting and bond release process, land relinquishment and agency responsibilities for Tuesday, June 20th at 9 a.m. in the Window Rock vicinity area. May I get a second to the amendment number 1? Honorable Danny Simpson. Yeah. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on amendment number 1 to the proposed agenda? Mr. Honorable Ottoso or Honorable Claude, do you have any questions on amendment number 1? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Mr. Tahi, could you please take a roll call vote on amendment number 1?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1, adding approving and participating in a meeting with the Department of Minerals and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs on updates regarding mine assets, Kayenta mine reclamation, permitting and bond release process, land relinquishment, and agency responsibility for Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Window Rock, Arizona area. Roll call vote. Honorable Shauna Ankla, how do you vote?
I vote green, Mr. Tahi.
Honorable Shauna Ankla votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottoso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ottoso votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, motion carries for addition of amendment number 1 to the proposed agenda. Now, going back to the main motion and approving the agenda, do we have any other questions or comments, members of Resources and Development Committee? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Mr. Tahi, could you please take a roll call vote on the main motion of approving the agenda?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shauna Ankla, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Shauna Ankla votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Chair Casey Johnson, green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottoso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ottoso votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi. With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, we have adopted Wednesday, March 31st, 2023, Resources and Development Committee. Going on to item number 4, reviewing and approving journals from May 24th, 2023, regular meeting. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion to accept and approve the journals for May 24th?
Motion by
Motion by Honorable Rick Nez and second by Vice Chair Johnson. And members of RDC, do we have any questions on the May 24th journal that was emailed out to the Resources and Development Committee members? Questions? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Mr. Tahi, roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the journal for May 24, 2023. Honorable Shauna Anqua, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Shauna Anqua votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi, and with that, members of RDC, motion carries on to item 5 on the agenda. Receiving reports, letter A, we do have a report by Division of Economic Development on the State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI program, and the impact of the federal debt ceiling on the SSBCI program. If an agreement is not reached by the federal government, we do have presenter, Mr. Douglas Capitan, Department Manager for Department of Support Services, in attendance. And Mr. Capitan, you are allotted 20 minutes for your presentation. So you do have the floor, right?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the committee. The State Small Business Credit Initiative at this point remains in fair and good condition. As seen in our report, the federal debt ceiling bill has made it through negotiations between leadership, both at Senate and House. Once that bill is signed by President Biden, that secures essentially the funding for the next couple of years, at least until 2025. So what the debt ceiling does is it does 3 things. It halts and suspends the debt ceiling, which we're not too entirely concerned about with this particular subject. It places limits on federal discretionary spending. And then it claws back over $28 billion in COVID relief program funding. What that does for SSBCI is it potentially reduces the amount that we were originally allocated. There's 2 allocations that the Navajo Nation has received or has been notified of. We haven't received any funding yet. All the funding is still within the federal government. But the 2 funds are the actual program funding itself, which is $89,528,000. And the additional amount that we were set to receive is $150,000 in technical assistance. That particular program was a shock to us because of the small number. But what we're looking towards in terms of what might happen will be a rescission of the technical assistance funding, which as compared to $89 million, $150,000 is a drop in the bucket. So we had been planning on really drawing out all the resources possible for this particular program. The Navajo Nation has the ability to provide technical assistance. We already do that already for Navajo businesses. So we're confident that our programs are going to be secure. With the total package of the SSBCI, originally awarded to all states, tribal governments, and local governments, it was $10 billion. The original plan back in April was to rescind over $1.8 billion of the total SSBCI program of $10 billion. So with considering that, I mean, it's fortunate that we're able to only have 150 million rescinded. So what it looks like for us is still largely unknown. A letter was drafted and is ready for signature with the Office of the President and Vice President currently. It asks for specific protections for SSBCI. So unfortunately, the $700 million that was originally allocated to tribal nations was not fully obligated towards us. They allotted us the money, but they did not obligate it towards us. In order to obligate the money, the money, the agreement would have to have been signed by both nations of the United States and the Navajo Nation in order for it to be obligated. We haven't gotten to that point yet, largely due to the US Treasury Department continuously moving the deadline back and back and back. So we haven't been able to get the application in and have it reviewed within that time. And that sort of just caused this delay that we're currently seeing. We hope to have it in very soon. In my interpretation of the application, there was a lot of information and a lot of things that the US Treasury Department did not fully consider with tribal nations. But the fact that we're struggling with coming back from COVID is a lot different than what states are experiencing. In particular with our Navajo CDFI. Our Navajo CDFI is coming back and requires the resources in order for us to utilize them as a financial resource. If everything were in place, I believe that we would have had everything prepared and ready according to the Treasury Department's requirements. But unfortunately, we're sort of at the drawing board with a lot of these things. In my experience working for the tribe, that's sort of how we are with a lot of other processes where we're trying to retroactively engineer something to fit something else. So that understanding of Treasury's understanding of our financial situation has been a difficulty with regard to getting things put in and set in place. The program, we're hopefully looking towards a fall opening if US Treasury approves our application. Right now, I believe that out of the 250 or so applications that were submitted by tribal nations, only 3 were approved so far. And likely those were the smaller allocations. The Navajo Nation is receiving the largest allocation out of all tribal nations. So it's imperative that we have leadership support and ensure that we retain the funding so that way our Navajo businesses can have this ability to access capital, have the ability to access business loans, have the ability to access investments into their businesses. So with that, I conclude my report. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Capitan, for your presentation regarding the SSBCI fund that was granted to Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion to accept the report from Mr. Capitan? A motion by Vice Chair Johnson. May I get a second? Honorable Danny Sinton, thank you. So members of Resources Development Committee, do we have any questions for Mr. Capitan in regards to his presentation here on the small, what is it called here? State Small Business Credit Initiative Program that was pretty much awarded to the Navajo Nation. The members of Resources and Development Committee. Honorable Danny Simpson, you do have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the RDC. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Capitan. Just a quick question. I know you said that support from the leadership. Can you expand on that? How we can help to the program? What's needed to get support from leadership? Do we need to pass a resolution or get the resolution drafted from the nation? Because like I said, 250 application will be submitted, but only 3 have been approved. That's very concerning. So I think that what you presented today and it's something that we had to do from the Navajo Nation to try to expedite, to help these programs to, we tell our programs to how do we expend these funds or how do we acquire these funds quickly. And sometimes I think the leadership needs to really support the programs in trying to acquire fundings or try to save these fundings that
the federal talks about getting reverted back to the federal government, and we're hearing that every single day with these COVID fundings. And I think this is a wake up call to where the nation really needs to work quickly for the leadership. So just kind of expand what we can do from the leadership role of the officer president. I know you just mentioned there from OPVP, but on the legislative side, what can we do to help you and your program to make sure that this application gets approved in a timely manner, and also, like I said, to get you guys start working on these projects with this money. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC. Thank you, Mr. Capitan, for your presentation.
Thank you, Danny, for your question. I'd like to go ahead and give it back over to the presenter for a response to Honorable Simpson's question.
Madam Chair. So in terms of what we need from leadership, I believe that last week council had made a decision and provided support towards the approval of allowing president to act upon that. So I believe that a letter was drafted originally and amended with information pertaining towards this particular program itself. We're working with the Washington office right now to have everything sort of in line with one another. So I'll probably need to update Washington office today and get their recommendations as to how we can have council participate in that support. I believe that we can probably include either an additional letter document or include signatures within that specific letter for that to send to. Right now, the letter that we're sending out is to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, but I believe that they're looking to get also Representative McCarthy, as well as President Biden's authorization or signature or approval or consideration for the support. So that stuff has already been in progress. So I'll probably provide an update later this afternoon.
Well, Simpson, you have more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, since Resource Development Committee is going to DC next week to meet with congressional people, I think we have the opportunity to put this on our agenda and talk with some key congressional people on this issue here. So that'll be my recommendation. I'm sure we can get Carla Begay to put that in our agenda for Tuesday and Wednesday. And yeah, just meet with congressional people and speak on this issue that Mr. Capitan presented to us. I think that would be very helpful, Madam Chair and members of RDC. Yeah.
Thank you for that recommendation, Honorable Simpson. Mr. Tahi, if we can go ahead and reach out to Mr. Carlisle Begay. I know that we are looking at a full schedule for 2 days that we're going to be out in DC next week, and with recommendation from Mr. Capitan as to who we would have to visit, but technically it would have to be congressional leadership that we would have to meet with to exercise our advocacy on behalf of the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development to keep the full funding, and if not that, also consider, I guess, in a sense, simplifying the approval process in hopes that a lot of our business ventures would be able to get assisted. Thank you for the recommendation, Honorable Simpson. Members of Resources Development Committee, Honorable Rick Nez, you do have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Capitan. Certainly appreciate you taking the time out to come out here to Vicente chapter. The letter that you sent out, it states that $700 million of tribal government that has not been obligated is at risk. How risky is the risk? And is this 700 million across the United States, tribal nations? And how much of the Navajo Nation are we talking about from this $700 million, Mr. Capitan?
Yeah, Honorable Nez for your question. Mr. Capitan, back to you for response.
Yeah, Madam Chair, to address those questions, the 700 million, so the full SSBCI program was allotted $10 billion for all states, including tribal nations and local governments. So New Mexico already has their program in place. Arizona has their program in place. All the states around us have their program in place. And including some smaller governments. I believe that the larger cities also have the ability to get resources from this program. The 700 million of that, only a few tribal nations had their funds obligated to them. So they were able to make it through the application process, get it through the Treasury Department and have it approved. And their agreement was signed by both the administration of the United States as well as their leadership. So only 2 or 3, I believe, of the 700, sorry, only 2 or 3 of the 250 tribal nations were allotted a full 700 million. The Navajo Nation has been allotted of that 789 million. So we have that provided to us, but it's not been obligated to us until we actually have it fully approved and signed by both presidents of the Navajo Nation and the United States. So what that means in terms of the risk is that there is still a chance that a portion of that 150 million drawback will come out of that 700. But according to some reports provided by some public interest groups, a majority of that funding that they're going to rescind is going to come from the technical assistance program, not the program as a whole. So the Navajo Nation is receiving $150,000 for the technical assistance. So with that money that's shared between all of the 250 or so tribal nations, we're hoping that the money gets pulled out of the technical assistance because we can still offer those services because we do have those resources on the Navajo Nation. But if it does come for the actual full amount that we were allotted, I did a sort of a scenario in terms of what if they took it all from the original, the whole full pot that we have, or 89 million. 150 million for the entire program out of 700 represents around, I believe, 21% of the total pot. So if we look at that towards the 89 million that we're receiving, potentially it could reduce our program down by 21%, which would be, I believe, I had the calculation finished yesterday, but it was around 71 million, I believe. Which is still a reduction. I mean, we would rather have the 89 million, but 71 is something that we can still work with, but we're hoping it doesn't come to that. That's sort of a doomsday scenario if it comes to the worst thing possible, but we're hoping that the money does come from other sources, and that's part of that letter that we're asking the administration and leadership within the Senate and House to consider instead of taking the money from tribal nations. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Capitan, for your response. Honorable Nez, okay. Any other members of Resources and Development Committee with questions? Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, you do have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Capitan. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for being out here with us today. So I'm looking at your presentation here on the Navajo Nation State Small Business Credit Initiative. That's the program we're talking about. So 89 million plus 150,000. So that's a total of $89,688,528 total. That's included the technical assistance. So My question here is the application that was submitted. When was the application submitted and why is it just sitting there?
Vice Chair Johnson, Mr. Capitan, your response?
So thank you, Madam Chair. The application was submitted on Halloween of last year, so October 31st of 2022. I specifically recall that date because we were trying to locate President Nez at that time, who was giving out treats at the the fairgrounds. It's been there largely because we were waiting for a response from Treasury Department. As we all know, in terms of applications, there's always going to be a long line in terms of submissions, as well as the time to turn it around and get a response back. We had an additional requirement that needed some clarification. So at the suggestion and request of Delegate Carl Slater, we received assistance from the Office of the Controller, which provided us the resources through investment group that they work with for their investment committee. Hashing out those details has taken a while because of the information needed and requested, but we're hopefully ready to provide the information and resubmit that information for Treasury to consider. The Treasury Department just sort of moves at its own pace. I would like to make it move faster, but there's difficulty in that. So it's been slow for the tribal nations, which is why consideration of the letter for support includes that information. So it's important that we remind our leadership up at Washington to say that tribal nations have been given this unfair advantage. States have already been approved. They're giving out funds already, but we're still sort of waiting for response from the federal government to get going on the program. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Capitan, Vice Chair Johnson, does that answer your question?
Yes, it answers my question. I guess Washington is the same way, huh? Just application just sits there and we gotta go over there and follow up on it too. So I think we'll go make a visit to the Treasury and see where our 89 million is application. So one more question, Mr. Capitan. What does your department exactly do for the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people?
I have Vice Chair Johnson for your question, Mr. Capitan.
Yeah, Madam Chair. So I work for the Division of Economic Development, particularly the Support Services Department. Within my department, we oversee human resources, the budget, our property management, as well as any particular assignments provided by the administrative department, which includes the director and his staff. So within our department, we also have a particular loan program called the Business Infrastructure Development Loan Fund. So this SSBCI program will hopefully begin to help remedy that particular program, because that particular program, as we know, is sanctioned for audit purposes. So it's our hope that while this program is in operation, that'll help recuperate our Navajo Nation internal funds through within that particular loan program. Because if we have these loans provided through the federal government, the security level and all of the benefits are and will quite honestly be better than BIF for the time being. So this program only lasts for 10 years. Once this program is complete, we'll hopefully have a more a better funded BDIF loan program for Navajo businesses in the long term that utilizes a lot of the information and practices and just good things that we hopefully learn from SSBCI that we can then put in place for the BIDF loan program. I have a problem with that particular acronym just because for what reason, no, but I can say SSBCI quite easy.
Thank you. Vice Chair Johnson, does that clarify the question you've had?
Yeah, that does clarify my question. Really interested in learning more about the business infrastructure loan program and as well as other programs within your department. So that is all.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, for your question. Any other members of Resources Development Committee with any questions for Mr. Capitan in regards to the SSBCI program? So with that, Mr. Capitan, I'd like to go ahead and make a request to see if he can just draft out a position paper for Resources and Development Committee that will be going to Washington, DC next week, in hopes that we could schedule a meeting, whether if it's with US Treasury through Miss Molcar, I believe is her name. She's the tribal liaison from US Department of Treasury. And so we have an understanding of what we're going to be advocating for, because you know the program, the ins and outs of it. So we just like to see if we can provide that position paper and send it to Mr. Tahi so he can share it with us, and we can definitely utilize that as grounds for advocacy in DC. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, if there are no questions or additional comments or recommendation, I like to go ahead and request for a roll call vote. Going
Madam
once
Chair?
for any question. Honorable Claude Shadeja, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shade. And then also thank you to Mr. Capitan for the presentation. I am in agreement with your recommendation. And then also I would like to hear information on what plans the Navajo Nation has as far as once the funding is secured, what types of programs are we going to generate for our small businesses? So some of the concerns I have heard from small businesses is that during the pandemic, many businesses closed because they didn't have enough customers. And then also with the forced shutdown with the Navajo Nation implementing the curfew, as well as residents not being able to leave the Navajo Nation. So with that, we have seen many small businesses close their doors. Is there a way where the Navajo Nation can work with these small businesses to perhaps get them back on the priority 1 listing? Some of those reasons they're no longer listing is because they owe taxes to the Navajo Nation. So the businesses have the 6% sales tax that they owe. And then also, of course, just the startup money again for them. So, and then also we have more entrepreneurs who are doing at-home businesses. And so I do feel that we as RDC as well as DEB, we do need to look at the home business policies. We do have a lot of small businesses that are running from their home, but according to the home site lease, those are non-allowed as well. So we do have social media influencers. We have young people that are doing YouTube and they're selling products. So those are just some of the things that I would like to see. However, I have not seen a plan from the DED program. We did see the capital outlay 5-year plan. So in that sense, in this request that our Madam Chair made, can we also see some future forecasts of how we potentially want to use this money? And so when we're there in Washington, DC, that gives us a blueprint of what we are asking for. So if it's 100% infrastructure, or if it's like generating new businesses, we do need to have that specific information. Also with some data, such as how many small businesses are on the Navajo Nation. And then also maybe looking back at how many we had 2 years ago, pre-pandemic. So those are some of the things I would like to see in your recommendation, Madam Chair. So with that, I will turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Honorable Claw for that great recommendation. So again, I'd like to go ahead and at this time, allow some time to Mr. Capitan in regards to the question that was posed by Honorable Claude, just so that we are aware, and also to put this in writing with the position paper that I've requested for that we can utilize in DC.
Madam Chair, in regards to the information requested, with the SSBCI program, we are provided only a certain amount of specific programming allowed. The programs that we are currently running with are the loan guarantee and loan participation program. So in developing this program, when we first started, so this began, the planning and talks and development began back in, I believe, May 2021. In those initial discussions, we wanted to be sure that we utilized a community-based foundation of planning. We then began to develop a strategy in terms of how that would look like, what that would look like, which is why we're currently working with Change Labs out of Tuba City, who is assisting us in initiating these two programs. Within that same sort of thought, we understood that they had that experience in their kinship loan program that they have it already existing. So we want to be sure that we weren't putting our horse before the cart. So we've been triaging and examining and reviewing what we had in terms of our capacity, and trying to make it more business friendly, which is why we really kind of kept all of the finances outside of the Navajo Nation, if that makes sense. Our current programs are going to be financed and utilize the resources of two outside financial institutions that Change Labs has contracted with. One being Vicente out of New Mexico, the other being Native American Capital Bank out of Phoenix. So those two institutions are working with Change Labs to do the programming for us. The funding doesn't stay within the Navajo Nation, which means that the funding will move a lot quicker. The repayments and all of those financial sort of agreements that happen between the lender and the business owner are between the business owner and that lender. So the Navajo Nation won't have to manage any sort of delays in payment from the borrower, which continues to free up our time in terms of our continuous improvements. So the program will provide loans that our businesses can't really right now access because of issues involving access to their capital. Traditionally, when you're outside of the Navajo Nation, you have either a home that you own or you're mortgaging or some sort of property. You can then leverage that property as collateral for a loan. On the Navajo Nation, no one technically owns their land. Although you might have a grazing permit, you don't technically own the land. It's held in trust by the Navajo Nation, which makes things difficult for financial institutions to confidently award our business owners the amount that they need to set up a business. Because if we have any business owners in here, we understand how much it costs of our own private investments to begin a business. And Navajo people have not traditionally been the benefactors of generational wealth as well. So we sort of have to pick ourselves up and do those things ourselves. But oftentimes we do need assistance from financial institutions to provide us that resource. So I have a one-sheet document of information for the program that I'll resend to the committee and include some updates that will need to be included. With regard to recommendations, again, the tax question always comes up for us. We've recently are completing a business site lease process review audit. We'll have our recommendation information submitted back to our auditing firm with Madam Auditor General Helen Brown very soon, probably within the next couple of weeks. That recommendation does suggest that the tax portion be excluded from the procurement process. And I believe that would be a fair assessment because that's sort of a common thing, a common opinion amongst professionals. Within that scope as well, additional revisions are recommended by the division. We'll have that included probably with our 5-year plan final report and recommendation. With regards to data, we will have information provided probably later this year through our comprehensive economic development strategy, which is being concluded by our economist, Ms. Murphy. And with that, we'll submit information that we have right now to assist you with that travel to Washington, D.C. that we currently do have. Yeah,
Mr. Captain, for your response to Honorable Clause questions and also the recommendation that was made. And I do appreciate that position paper, and it would really benefit us as RDC members so that we go forward into next week while we're in DC advocating for what we need to on the SSBCI funding to Navajo Nation. Other Resources Development Committee members, do we have any other members that do have any questions and or recommendations? Going once, going twice. Okay, Mr. Tahi, please take the roll call vote.
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports 5A. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green, Mr. Tahi. Thank you.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Mr. Tahi, with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, motion carries, and we do accept the report from Division of Economic Development, Mr. Doug Capitani, and providing this information. Going further down on the agenda to item number 6, we do have old business. We have none. Going to item 7 on the agenda to new business. Letter A, legislation number 0106-23. Mr. Taki, if you can read the legislation into the record, or do we have the sponsor in attendance here? Mr. Honorable Seth Damon. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move forward to item B on the agenda. Legislation number 0113-23. Mr. Taki, if I could have you read the legislation into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is tracking summary sheet for tracking number 0113-23, date May 16, 2023. Titled the Resolution and Action Relating to Resources Development Committee, certifying Vicente Chapter's Community-Based Land Use Plan, which has reevaluated and readjusted Vicente Chapter's 2018 Community-Based Land Use Plan. The purpose, the chapter are required to reevaluate and readjust their initiative Community-Based Land Use Plan every 5 years. The purpose of this legislation is for the Research and Development Committee to certify the Vicente Chapter's new Community-Based Land Use Plan, which has been reevaluated and readjusted since the chapter's previous Community-Based Land Use Plan was approved. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Danny Simpson for tracking number 0113-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee. Certifying Vicente Chapter's community-based land use plan, which has reevaluated and readjusted Vicente Chapter's 2018 community-based land use plan. Be enacted, Section 1, Authority, the Resource and Development Committee pursuant to 26 NNC Section 2004 D2 shall certify community-based. B, pursuant to 26 NNC Section 2004 D2, every 5 years, the plan shall be reevaluated and readjusted to meet the needs of the community, of the changing community, and readjustments is subject to the certification of the Resource and Development Committee of the Nomination Council. C, pursuant to 26 NNC Section 2004 B, community-based land use plan. The chapter at a duly called chapter meeting shall by resolution vote to implement a community-based land use plan after the CLUPC has educated the community on the concept, need, and process for planning and implementing a community-based land use plan. The community-based land use plan shall protect future community land needs as shown by locations and extension of areas identified for residential, commercial, industrial, and public purpose. The land use plan shall be based upon the guiding principles and visions of articulating by the community, along with information reevaluated, revealed in inventories and assessments of the natural, cultural, human resources, and community infrastructure. And finally, with consideration for the land carry capacity, such a plan may also include the following: 1, an open space plan which preserves the people's certain areas that to be retained in their natural state or development for recreation purposes. 2, a thoroughfare plan provides information about the existing and proposed road networks in relation to the land use of the surrounding area. 3, a community facility plan which shows the location, type, capacity, and area served of present and project of required community facility, including but not limited to recreation areas, schools, libraries, and other public buildings. It will also show related public utilities and service and indicate how these services are associated with future land use. Section 2, findings. A, pursuant to committee resolution RDCS-96-12, the Resource and Development Committee approved the Vicente Chapter's community-based land use plan in 2012. B, pursuant to committee resolution RDCN-90-18, the Resource and Development Committee approved the Vicente Chapter's community-based land use plan in 2018. C, pursuant to Vicente Chapter Resolution BCFEB-23-289, attached as Exhibit B, the Vicente Chapter approved the community-based land use plan, which is attached as Exhibit A. D, the Resource and Development Committee of the Nomination Council finds it is the best interest of the nomination to certify the Vicente Chapter's community-based land use plan, which has been reevaluated and readjusted to meet the needs of the changing community. Section 3, certification of the Vicente Chapter's reevaluate and readjusted community-based use plan. A, the Resource and Development Committee, the Nomination Council hereby certifies and reevaluate and readjust Vicente Chapter's community-based land use plan attached hereto as Exhibit A. B, certification of this community-based land use plan that shall not delineate adjacent chapter boundaries. Attached as Exhibit A, which is the Vicente Chapter community-based land use plan, dated to 2023, attached to Exhibit B, which is the resolution of Vicente Chapter, resolution number BCFEB-23-28, a resolution proving that the Vicente Chapter's 2023 community-based land use plan. Then you have the first report, the nomination legislative branch inter-public review summary for legislation number 0113-23. Sponsors Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation was posted on May 23rd, 2023 at 10 a.m. The 5-day comment period ended on May 28th, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0113-23 read into the record. Back to you, Madam Chair.
I have Mr. Talking for reading legislation 0113-23 into the record. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion for legislation? Vice Chair Johnson. May I get a second, Honorable Nez? And do we have any questions, members of Resources and Development Committee? Okay, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and allow time to the Vicente, the sponsor, Mr. Honorable Danny Simpson and his team here at Vicente chapter in regards to a 20-minute presentation on the Vicente chapter 2018 CLUP plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Resource Development Committee. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of RDC for putting this on the agenda and coming to Vicente chapter to have our Community Land Use Plan Committee and the chapter officials present this what we call is the reevaluation and readjusted land use plan that's submitted by Vicente chapter due to ADK condition. As you know, as you read through the legislation, every 5 years, when a community land use plan is approved by Resource Development Committee, every 5 years, it's supposed to come back to the committee for approval of when a land use plan readjusts their land reevaluate and readjust their land use plan ADA. So with that, Madam Chair, we're going to have our Land Use Planning Committee Chairperson or President, Beverly Vicente, and our Chapter President, Mr. Jonathan Perry, do a presentation on this legislation that's presented to Resource Development. So if you'll allow me to present, I appreciate that.
Yeah. So with that, I'll go ahead and allow the Vicente President and also Chapter President for presentation. Do have the floor, and you do have 20 minutes left.
We have the Vicente chapter community-based land use plan presented this afternoon for the Resources and Development Committee's review. As Mr. Delegate Simpson stated, we had initially gotten certification in 2013 and then 2012 and recertified again in 2018. And then we're here today. Vicente chapter, we do take in Title 26 in our tribal code as law. So we've been complying with the updates and making sure that we are continuing on our planning on behalf of the community here. Again, we thank you for being here at Vicente chapter. We have two primary Navajo names that we go by. And if you look east of the chapter, there's a little mesa here, that's Clotitson. And the reason why we call that Clotitson is because when we always used to travel, I used to introduce myself as I'm from Clotitson, and people say, why do you call it Clotitson? Why is it named? Why did you get that name? Well, this area here, east of that, was a lake, Vicente Lake. Around that area coming this direction, we used to have a little forest area where it was separate from our mesas here. So we had a little forest here where we had trees and everything here. Over the years, we had several large snowstorms. We also had a tornado that hit several times east of here and several other natural phenomena, which eventually led to the decrease of trees. Also, as far as late as the 1930s, we did have several large snowstorms where our people had to use the remaining tree stumps and other for wood heating and such. So this area is Clopitson. If you look to our south, there's another little area here, about a mile south of here, it's Jedakadati. And the reason why that name came about was that the people that lived here long ago, even before the long walk, there was our ancestors that lived here. Well, they would hunt our antelope in this location, and they would drive them as a team. The community would come together and they would drive them in this direction and move them towards that mesa. Up that mesa, if you go on the other side, there's the remains of the old corrals that they used to round them up in. So they would bring them up and over have them drop. Of course, we use our antelopes for ceremonial purposes, for the meat, for the, we have different purposes, so that's a sacred area. So those are the two names primarily, but we also have smaller areas within the community here. And Vicente, I know we're looking here at the chapter is a small area, but the land base is pretty large. You're looking at the reservation line, and we extend all the way by Crown Point and extending into San Juan County, the county line. So that area, we have a large area for our community. As stated, a lot of our ancestors were here long before, and one of the headmen in this area, or Natani, was Vicente, and our people couldn't pronounce Vicente, so they, as people started knowing it, it's called Vicente. And he had a son, which we named Chief, or his name was Chief Vicente, which his picture's up there in the corner. We do have other pictures, but this one was a replica of the original. And so he was Pitundi. A lot of our people here were our Pitundi clan. And he had located in several areas of the community, north of here, west of here, east of here. So the community is named after him. And as the community began to organize in the late 1800s, 1880s, 1890s, there was a wagon trail that extended here, went from Colorado, Pueblo Pintado coming this way, and it went up back towards Fort Collins and into Colorado. So there was a wagon trail where they used to disperse food and other things from the military. One of the sites that where they used to stop was here, this mesa here. And so this became a meeting area. Our people, not only from Vicente, but Little Water, Standing Rock, Nahadishkish, White Rock, other places came and they would meet here. And then there was other locations as well. There's also remnants of the old cut shape, which our leaders would use before these meetings, which is located north of that mesa. Still, you can still see it today. So they would meet occasionally, not every month, but maybe every 4 months, every 5 months, and they would meet here. So when you're coming on the road down this way, there's a little clear spot. That whole area will be covered with wagons. People or families would come to the meetings and be helpful there. So eventually, the community began to expand and grow. So, but then one of the local community members said, well, we want to have one location where we want to have our meetings. So they identified a spot here in the 1930s where they developed, or they built the first chapter house, which is the one that you see out here when you're coming in to Stone Building. They used that area. This was brought together by a lot of our grandfathers. They volunteered, many of them volunteered their time. They did their masonry work. They brought in rocks and they brought in everything they needed here. So they started meeting here in World War II. When World War II started, that was one of the locations where when the drafts began, they picked up a lot of our community members here, our men. And many of them were then stationed, they served in the military, the Army, the Navy, Air Force, and of course we have our code talkers with Marines. So we do have several of our community members descended from several code talkers that live in the community here. So in the 1950s, when the Navajo Nation Council started certifying chapters, it was initially 10 acres that they identified. There was also a sheep dip, which was located about maybe 800 feet from here, 1,000 feet. So people would bring their sheep here, they would have their sheep events here, and then they started building. So this chapter that we're in today was built in 1965. We had a stone building over here as well, and we started to develop more. And so that's some of the history that we do have in the Vicente chapter. And before that, of course, as I stated earlier, our community was organized, and when Crown Point started to develop, when the Pueblo Bonito agency started to come in, Mr. Stature, who was the superintendent at the time, was looking for locations. This was one of the areas that he was looking at, but he didn't settle here. He ended up settling in Crown Point. So when the grazing districts and others started being developed, Vicente, Little Water, and other communities, Nahadishkis, came together and these helped to establish the Crown Point area. Some of our leaders here from Vicente did help start the Gallup Intertribal. We had people from our community, Nahadishki, Standing Rock, Pinedale, Mariano Lake, Little Water, came together with that idea with, and then eventually with the Gallup. But with that, our planning for our community continues. We have 75 NHA homes here. We have several hundred homes that are scattered in the area. Of course, Vicente is located within the checkerboard area. So we have different land status. We have Indian allotment, we have state land, National Park Service land, tribal trust, tribal fee. So we're pretty much mixed here, but I just wanted to share some of that history with you. As you come out, and you're always welcome here at the Vicente chapter. It's always good to see all of our delegates here. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Club C president to share more information on the Club C manual.
Jonathan Perry, once again, thank you for coming to Vicente chapter. Madam Chair, Seuss and RDC committee. I just wanted to share some highlights and updates with you in terms of our Club C manual. Our community-based land use plan presented today is a working document. It's always continually changing, but Vicente chapter has been active in with our planning and implementing our goals and objectives that benefit the community. As Jonathan indicated here that in 2012 and 2018, the previous Club C manuals were approved by the 22nd and Nation Council. So the Vicente chapter has several documents we use for our community planning. And one of them is our plan, is the community-based land use plan, our infrastructure capital improvement plan, our chapter strategic plan. And so I'm just going to share with you our mission statement, which indicates through dedication, commitment, planning, coordination, and strong leadership of the Vicente chapter community land use-based planning committee and the community-based land use plan will provide the Vicente community strong opportunities to develop, prosper, and provide adequate services that will benefit the local community by respecting cultural and traditional values, protect against abuse of land, and promote health and wellness within the community. That is our mission statement. Our vision statement states, with public service and good judgment, the Vicente chapter community-based land use planning committee envisions fulfilling the dreams of our ancestors by implementing a community-based land use plan that will enhance the quality for community generations to come while supporting local governance and tribal sovereignty. So our chapter Club C planning process includes the community assessment, infrastructure analysis, suitability analysis, and then Vicente chapter is also working on Local Governance Act, LGA certification pursuant to the Nation Code Title 26, which includes the community-based land use plan and 5 management system. And so we have analysis and individual sites that we are focused on in terms of the Vicente land tract versus the developments happening here, such as our renovation of our chapter multi-purpose building, which has served the local senior, and also our Head Start program, which sits on the north side of the chapter. One of the things that is new is our community walking trail. And we named it, of course, Clovis-Sin Walking Trail. And currently in progress is our new Community Veterans Center that is currently in progress right now as we speak. And so that has been an ongoing vision and ongoing planning for our community here. Then, of course, other discussion for future developments continue to take place. And one of our potential sites for Vicente chapter that we're currently working with the Eastern Navajo Land Commission and BIA Realty and Natural Resources Department within the Eastern Navajo office is tribal fee to tribal land transfer. There is a process that the chapter must follow, and that we were okay to make sure that we're doing everything correctly. The area that we're looking at is north of us, called IK Westbrook Ranch. Vicente chapters, as mentioned, is located in the checkerboard area of the Eastern Agency. So finding future development sites can be challenging, but we're looking at other locations within the community. And so we also used our 2020 community and social economic trends, and which is also noted in the book. So we just given some highlights about the Vicente area based on those trends. Is the gender is split between males and females, both at 50%. And the average age in years is 25 to 34. 50% single, 29% married, 21% live alone. And 31% have Social Security, 14% retirement, and most 55% receive earnings. And we also have occupations that range from 3% food services, 10% public administration, and then just again 80% drive to work, 11% carpool, and 3% use public transportation, and 16% work from home. So the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development estimated that 71% of the Navajo Nation residents spend more or most of their total personal income off the Navajo Nation. Average income equates to 1.6 million. It shows that each resident of Vicente spends an average of $3,879 in border towns over 1 year. However, actual spending is likely to be based on random interviews. Each community is a consumer that spends most of their income in Gallup, Grants, or Farmington. And then in terms of our education, Crown Point does have the Gallup McKinley County Schools, which includes an elementary school, mid school, and high school. We also have BIE schools, that's community schools in Crown Point and Lake Valley. We also have two colleges. One is the Net College and the other is Navajo Technical University. We also have local families who have children attending Navajo preparatory schools in Farmington. As far as housing, there are 283 housing units in Vicente chapter. Of the 283 residential, 89% are occupied. And some are seasonal units vacant due to members, family members living closer to where they work. Either that or structures are uninhabitable. There also is always a need for additional housing as more communities have expressed, community members have expressed an interest in returning home. As far as our grazing and agriculture, there are 81 grazing permit holders in the Vicente chapter area. The grazing management plan is mandated to promote healthy grazing and sustainable environment. Navajo Nation Commission on Emergency Management first declared the Navajo Nation a drought state of emergency back on February 26, 2019, which was reaffirmed on June 25th, 2021. Then on March 13, 2020, EO number 001-20, declaring state of emergency due to COVID-19, Navajo Nation ordered all Navajo Nation government to close except for essential personnel, to obtain, coordinate, and oversee assistance, whether in the form of goods, services, equipment, motor vehicle personnel from Vicente chapter. So keep in mind that these was occurring during COVID. So during that time, we had 3 assessments that were done, which created a database for our land use plan. Also included the 2020 census that helped support our community involvement and community needs. The Vicente chapter administration conducted a community assessment during the pandemic. Assessment results indicating the need for PPE or personal protective equipment, essential sanitation items, food items, fuel sources, and essential services. In addition to that, during the pandemic, another assessment was conducted for range, land, and livestock assessment. They were both done in 2020. Livestock owners reported that more than livestock owners own more cattle within the Vicente community. Sheep were next in count and not many horses, and goats were the least owned. Owners reported that they go to Gallup for their need or to Nappy in Farmington. It was the most bought for livestock along with grain and salt blocks. With the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, there were 444 bales of hay and 110 salt blocks, 110 mineral salts, and 109 oats, 99 tubs, and 19 bags of hen scratch that were distributed to the community members. Then the Land Use Club Committee members conducted an assessment with focus on updating and collecting social data and the input and concerns for the community economic needs. And that assessment was done during the time we were having some of the drive-throughs, and we had some very basic questions that were provided, and I just wanted to share with you some of the highlights that's also noted in your book on page 89.
Ms. Vicente,
Yes.
if I may interject, members of Resources Development Committee, Vicente chapter's presentation time has lasted 20 minutes. I don't know how much long or how many more minutes you would like to finish out your presentation. 5 minutes. Okay, members of Resources and Development Committee, are we in agreement to allow Vicente to finish out? Goshi, with that, Ms. Vicente, we're going to go ahead and allot you another 5 minutes for concluding your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move on ahead and just indicate that in terms of our commercial and economic development, the chapter is interested in developing tourism-related commercial businesses along the New Mexico Highway 371. And some of the revenue possibilities is 24-hour convenience store, gas stations, RV park, laundromat, I think was the #1 needed for our community. And then in terms of health and wellness, there's also need for physical activity, things like bike trails or playgrounds or basketball courts. And those are some of the needs within the area that we continue to work towards. Also in education and collaborating with nearby community colleges and universities to identify some of the topics that are needed in this area for our youth. And we're also contemplating on getting our youth involved with our land use plan committee. And I again thank you for allowing us to share some of the highlights and some of the changes that have been made. And I think the biggest thing is the COVID that really allowed us to focus on our community concerns and allowed us to do things a little bit more different. But we were also able to accomplish some of the things that we were able to do during that time. And with that is also the result of the community land use space plan document. Thank you.
Ms. Vicente for the presentation, a pretty much generalized synopsis. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the RDC, Chair Nike Deshito. I say, Madam President, Vicente Do, Mr. President, very Nike, very good presentation. Madam, just to double complete presentation, and just with that, on this reevaluation and readjustment to the land use plan by Vicente chapter, you did comply with 26 Navigation Code section 2004 to go forward with this land use plan. So we had not get this Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the RDC.
Thank you, Honorable Danny Simpson. I know that Leila Shania, he had a question, so we had allowed Vicente Club C to go ahead and make their presentation. So Honorable Rick Nez, I will allow you time right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is Vicente. Quachas angi lacha horliget the neck achigo. Le got understand got the never nastago. Let's not bounce between the horlige. Check on. Ha get back it beba horza. Chiggy back it the horlige. Settle don't eat the horlige. Quagi lacha horlige and soya large and heritage. Okay, it's not so snaggy. We either our oversight the Klippespass unbetana Neliki Resources Development Committee bedien. Now a Division of Community Development Bikisity Ido Biago ne in hit chapters iki that how tado agent can understand. A copation hadao cake or a anagi tasha neka another water. Do you re-evaluate it and readjust it to meet the community's needs? Every 5 years, a hundred Eastland does at the door tailor set. A coordinate hidden the question saw not snake. The nene it's on has head and as lame it's on. A co there's a whole family cemeteries at the Hadleoyandi. It's illegal that the no change. Oh, dear, I couldn't hikeda yata corrodate etanol. Yeah, you get that has chinto. Aquan hitna has unknown. A land department, Jiggy Bajaga. I'm glad that it's in here. Community and Veterans Cemetery, Bakaki. I guess in lay communities, baby chin, how tea. Oh, but they could and then I shall they let go quick for the Akoro, they tell no other Benina Sahale grazing bitches, Sahalonse, land board chief to Akota. According a Hakode ego on page 57, the Nela, the community needs Bakaki, community and veteran cemeteries, that need to be addressed by Vicente chapters Nila. Kedash Tishko Equida Baka, a Kodi after Oseko Goko, a Hadabandas Nish. Hala, oh, you'd lay got an ownership with that let over permittees, the Halonigate saw the hot sonic bin now. Aquash Edo, Niti, no A by Nate on the Ray 24th Council at dawn. According could a hot of a cardo or hot that or say land withdrawal been yet hot other community lay us there is Canaan Glenike Hershey Asaye doors a quaggy bahador so community family plots by family cemeteries. But they instant go but they have to be in conformity with the law as on a big go on being kitchen out of let go lagunda and course kenda host so The nation to you at Tibet, then Lord Sun Kishbet, then Nare, the never nahas of a cargo, a hot, a codin, could open hitting a house na. Did that ceiling, no Washington, the kinda not greater. I gauge it a day, not on in Leniki. Put up, did bishop, never that sheet, not on the doors net. Jot iron the ha. Evelyn did I had done it. I got a base of today don't east or Araba as clear as legal. And cannot uninate Lenny Barn can. A cote hunsago ha. She hunsago a she and his house and door. Nitor channel kids to be aged about a hanako. Bahanation. Then Keniki gig of an hitcher. Now, one I don't that the community emergency plan is very, very important. Emergency plan need go goya. So then del go don't need lead and they had Elena Hoti. Open the wheat agua and or Chona when has tea or chon. And that Neil so I should a grass had no behind that in API. All right, they have one gosh out was deadly little water the new come don't know where he no question. And then later I could the clouds were dark later in the last funnel cloud near something later I garage nana or the later but I've died tea. There's the issue that even in But head about one gun and shell what out about one squeedy sego. Wait, you had did and then best care what need in a give on a wheat. And so then they'll give a nation not taki at that then hasling. I couldn't raise and one chapter or hog back door shop or gutty, Aaron and Zara upper fruit and a kine kako. And the emergency plan at the you needed that here because you never know what's going to happen. Hey, I'm glad it's on here. At our youth center, the Navajo language, culture, and history courses. Navajo language, on that, now that so I get another side yesterday. Yeah, those cheap. Big, Akoti hotego, the Nebza be history legot be hasi. Yet ego keda be win general, clover the cheek of the bastion, yet a just here out of that other house nation. Open Lacana catch it, we need Nico in the heart channel, open Lacana catch it again, or yet an Aston does lane. Should 2 years abundantly and deals and then go and so he spent a weekend with us. The next, I should say, yes, and then later, and then it's some bayada, Ahaki, Gagi Lake, Hasata, Che, look, Gagi, no, I changed it at the animals that Gagi Baker, she been and chicken. Then Nahalchin and 18th that they no. The nebers cheap yacht, Nihiro Chiade, take up a yacht, Navajo culture had Nenita, Honana history courses, Koroye, Kitchen Hasna, Nebe, and the Quina, Fedashi, Hodat, Edo, Donat, Ani Nahor, Tlesto, at Nahor, Jishanta, Kodo Chak, Behahol, Behahoya, Neniki, that's history. Culture had Neniki, Koshike, Senegi, or one son and Shlan. Ela all give a whole son the snow night kinder sons that Shemayas and Lawshitchen. Glomp and Natchin for days so not to give. One son Shitchenela, Glom Yibada Aunt Chanela. Did that one son or you done that on Hashin could that not ban on the hard without Joya Ela Nela. But ajo gaskoya hagan ao o hayun hatan ahota tahawan sanjino hanaga nidaya hanaga ko hadis itano ora ten hashindo baby chi elti asi lengish jid Haela Olias at Silla. Hara Sadi Tihi Olia. Had say, it's not a horse yet. Had Silla Hakenaga. Had say Hakenana, Desnala, Ebenash, had Silla, Hota Sa, a horse yet. Had Deja, Yaha, the Rosh Dejana, the Sikaya. And nine Snagel. Should Deja the Chins and go, Janda, but I saw this Jando. A Deja Nego, a day, Benachia Gore. A child gives go at Kedahash, Netort Aye, the Atlado, a tort I had a kind, even at yours get a day, a Deja. Janda gave every place you get over, yeah, that's like the I don't did that. Shana, no, and na, ben natural horse yet, and na, Hanna, Hakides, Clenchim, Arashana, Shikides, God, as a fish, Yaskido, Yosha, La, Dale, Yobe, the Nashni. Ako, Shana, Eshichi, Yaski, Shana, Shikides, Ina, Shawish, Salara, and no way, Dodge either. No hush kedon and tin. Had a sadiki, ha achalian, had sadiki that Hamara Hajeha got a Ashonda got a revival, got a Kent Kahoda, the creature got Aden, the Nanishide, had a ha achalian. Should soon, I don't know, the lie or something like that. I'd soon the bitch I had just created a cadet as this now I see a cochada Nenegi a Fania Hachi to Hachashka Nahuntin. All that Egisa Dishki, the Navajo language culture, yeah. Dobe that he need the seat leads to that and let the ik het laatste heb don handen parasieten. Zo dan je gaan zien dan hartenen hier dat zie dan hartenen ja te jaar of dit. Mensen ze ook het dat waarom na Asian nog zedo die we nation course de huis zo gaan nee weg. En Elchina quite out, Keshigi Yonahados, after betrayed Kesh, and Shoyanahados, at the Zioidos, a date in the Danils, Sian Danil Caroda. A codia, Sosoba, this, or are not squashing again, his the Halor or left, or here had a saw the game.
Yeah, Adoshanai, Honorable Naz, Badonzan, Linigi Dominantin, Linigi Benkin, Kodoe Yat Sessionat on a Kodon Gilt, Logik at Sabbat the dish after the head or zinc. First, I'd like to give it to Shadeja Honorable Claw. Yat Ethnan and She Ada no Fini, she a Shana and Clark the Shijana. Ada donna and Shenigi Aya, Wafan and the Streeto, Ada Twitch eating, Bashis Chin, Kachini, the Shichedo, Kia, I need a Chanel. But Mother Sunshine. Shama a lay to that, I see that Naga. Ada Shija Aya, Nazlin, Zifid, the Zifbalante. A Chanel has taken Chanel has done Shiaho. Ado Karea Chinley the Asian Nish. A Ada Quishinafe not be double on a shkla. A quit a Silkedo Chiske a business nation there. Ado Karea Shananish at the Sinigi a Bishmasa Anigi Ainshle. A call by Jameson. Aaron Jonagi Yan Next Nija Chisi Idole Aaron Kun Tosakan Aaron Kun for one has Anigi Johnny yet Nantin be Halodo Konal sauce be Dasset sauce a co in Saha case a beats of la a she Nehestwido Nazani the Linigi Bizad Linigi do Benantian Eben Netchen. Ako she a good o a head in the Schnido list. Adok achi a yanana shitsui linigi auto so. I'm gonna give you the microphone so you can introduce yourself. AI see the lahigi esto.
Yat to, tanat nah, she she do, she sanik, and then be in ala, and let Sunday yat do, and not 109 zone. That the never do Kaya hotel, that's a tada. Oh, was had ten on the Hanas on the was had ten on the England. I don't see this club. I see Nahan in a she the club, you know. I don't see not club. That in that zillion over there on second. The chain never had it now. So the chief gate to the I don't know. And leaning between that. Lord, the chili, so ego. The Nahari she got or bad, just no, are the Nizago and lean bed of touch Nika. Go a bed for all Abinish. The Yant a Bena a Dashing that to see. Also a Dashing. Now, Kate Natway get cleaning Slam. None is such a cup on a Bashin. Look at Ned as a shade, or it's not Jenny, but immensely though. One next is a day, I did the basements unshlim. But now I did that deal with one nest is only Sunday and Sunday, Taco Sunday only or they had such a chain or do ya or basin nilgin. Anna Shakori, what and that's when that's it. As your things is not get off. None of yours, he'll tell you what. That is a dark, but what he found that. So, then a young told that clan of night, some idea. So, there, no, and net, none, oh, a youth. Canan saddle, there. So, that's must be a day, is positive. Could you go live it? Lady Honorable Perry. We served on the 23rd Council, and I the Nabadish, when she had enough. And then I didn't. Hajande, Bishman's unjump, shade, I gave the gauge, I mean, Mr. Senior. Baganizing, which one's unjump. But it does chain the Emmet soldier, yeah. They added freshmans and the long one nest is though added couldn't that he added cut. Najo Temo added cut without Kahati Yako. I could come slow, the Kania. I don't this is about my third time I've been here at the Vicente chapter, and it is wonderful to be here. And thank you for the food, and thank you for your hospitality. Jeanette, so again, I say, you're the chief that he got see kids out Sunday. Yeah, council chambers that never did him that is I can that the cattle. Don't that he's Jahan cake, but I should have been shortly see cake shape. I didn't need to call it. They did what I had is shape and yet long the top. Call that. I don't shape or statos la aso, Monsanetos none yet if Benelo. I'll close shut up in the idea that with it. Honey, I'll sort of it.
Yeah, Honorable Otto, so has Tile she banda amnishten. Bishe unzadanat, or she unneeded that kai banda nisha. They ato da anisha she meaning Jila. They have that a safety, but no safety meeting. Although it's no, do you stand under me? Do you understand me? No, she can't about that. So she could another she can't nado she not on in Australia. I don't know that she had she not on in Australia by the days of the needle. Kodo Resources and Development Committee members, those Kodo. Paid others are not of Kida, Ado, Edna, Aya, Kodo, Lili, Bond, Honorable Arusha.
I just want to indicate that really I'm glad that this chapter got was updating their community land use plan. So I gave Ani not if you guys probably had people that opposed you. Yeah, probably people that but I give anarchy. Every 5 years, chapter that by law, you have to update this. Being that also a Congo Benel, a Coyego Bar, Hoshia, the community land use plan. A Asiba, Hoshia, Bina the Shini, Odo, in a go. Kaya again, he has Anka Zog, Benal Indican. You're in about 166 acres of land. And I think that you could move forward with the community growth. If you have a positive growth and in economic development. There's some sort of housing. The other aspect to economic development is you have public safety down the road there. And I really appreciate the 21st and 22nd Council for doing their job. Public safety facility throughout the county, throughout the Navajo Nation. What do you need? That's the main thing. I always tell my neighboring chapter, Cameron, Honorable Johnson's area. You just need a shopping center, and you just need a bank to get the community of Cameron off relying on to the city. Earlier, you indicated that a certain percentage goes to Gallup. But how do you keep that money here? How do you recycle it to at least to be reused twice before it leaves the vicinity? People are probably thinking that's they're looking at you guys as they're gonna fail. But this is the stepping stone. And you have the art clearances in place. If you get all your A&E, your endangered species surveys, the EPA clearances, and if you have all of that in place, on land withdrawal going on versus other chapters that have vast areas, it's very hard for them to withdraw a certain area because the land bases are larger. And I think that you guys can do it. This small community. This small area you could move forward to go have your own tax initiative. Implement the sales tax here. Sales tax. My chapter is doing it. And I always say, audit chapter sales tax. No, I told so many communities that. How do you do it? How do you do it? Get that initiative. No, no. No say. Na niki ya unleaden. Ya niki chino shia hin de oh Jesus. De lege betagis lage betagnas lage bed any yeah, such as A&E, additional clearances, additional. You will always have to pay for land survey. You have resources for that, and then you have resources to work with the economic development. I'm finding out where your business loans are. What type of seed store here? Things like that. Okay. And Nikki that, hard sheen, so your grandkids, only you're just there just to live life by every day and not having to provide some sort of guidance and something to leave behind for your kids. You will not leave anything behind. You agree and you disagree. It's always be there. Even now, Ben. I don't know. Now you show. Oh, I don't let on it was all everything was fine and grand and dandy. Everything would have been here for us. But a lot of those things will make you work. And you do your work, you feel proud about it, especially chapter officials finishing up the community land use plan. I don't see it. Population, all these numbers, and you hold it together into this one report. And what's that? And that tells me that I don't know. There's greater things that you guys can do. Go Again, we served with Honorable Perry on the 23rd Council. And, I remember first time seeing him at Navajo Nation Museum. I didn't see this one. I go,
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So, Adon Linigi, Kodo Sad, Linigi, land use plan, Bidi, Linigi, Kodo Totnan, the Hasano Yede, the whole Afegi. Right now, I'd like to go ahead and allow time back over to the presenters regards to any comments that you might want to make in regards to Honorable Nez or Honorable So's comments.
Aro keha nana arin hija. So zigi ani tato na o. Aro ya kon dina sos kon hitatos anigi o ani. Nanish tela ataya nanish. Shadit ado nahadit ado. Aro we just took off running with it. Aro yeah. Attended my committee members. I'd like to thank each and every one of them. What's all they, yeah. Another snapper and a yakon. Zani that na catchayat alcohol with the schnitzer. But a gunna catch a doesn't really have that meaning. But like I didn't catch a it's got a lot of meaning to it. Thank you for the encouragement, and we look forward to many more of our community opportunities, community growth to occur. Thank you.
Just to share information based on the comments made. Vicente chapter, we are a small community, but we are pretty, we work together a lot here in the community. Vicente chapter, we do not only have our community land use planning committee as an active committee, but we also have our veterans organization, which is very active. We also have our emergency response team, which is very active. Matter of fact, our emergency response team have several members that are nationally recognized for certification as well as state. So the BERT team, we call them BERT, Vicente Emergency Response Team. Our commander is a pretty knowledgeable individual, and he has carried the emergency response planning, and so he's been helping us that way. We also have our veterans organization officers here as well this morning. Just to share some information regarding some of the comments made. Vicente chapter, since this previous land use plan was certified in 2018, we have had several progress and plans that went forward. When you were coming in, you probably noticed construction right here. We're building a new veterans center here. And this is one example that I use as a way that we all work together here, because we had to start that project from scratch over again. It took us 1.5 years to get from starting the chapter resolution again to the actual completion. We look at completion being done in December of this year. So maybe we can invite the RDC to come back out. And it's that's proof that chapter can get a project done in 2 years, meaning we get the utilities done, we get everybody to work together in the community, we get the bids out, we did construction, we did groundbreaking, everything. Like 2 years, almost 2 years, it took this community to do that. So that took a lot of collaboration between us internally, the land use planning committee, the veterans organization, and just a reminder, this was during COVID as well. So we were restricted in a lot of things that we did, but that was a prime example. The other thing we have going too is we have a community walking trail that we recently started. And before, our community members were walking along the highway, going along, and it's dangerous route to take. So our community here, our land use planning committee chapters, we started working on it. Now we have a close-in walking trail that the community now uses. We have signs posted, the areas there. Our revenue, or not revenue, but our allocation from the unhealthy food tax funds, that's what we use. That's an active funds that we use to do that. We also been partnering with UNM and other outside resources, navigation programs to get this project going. Again, that's a reflection of the participation and the push for community improvement by our land use planning committee and our local organizations. Matter of fact, we took it upon ourselves as community members to do fundraising for the building because we don't want it to just sit there. So we're already planning for utilities, operation maintenance, and we're getting that together. So we work in collaboration with Rug Auction and Crown Point. So our community, that's what we've been doing. We update our documents, our emergency response plan. We have that updated annually. We have a chapter emergency management plan that was codified that the chapters have to do that. We started doing that every 2 years. Our emergency response team are certified in emergency response trainings. We have an active group there. We also have several projects. We have the Milk Lake water line project in the north of the community that's being worked on. We have the Flat Lake water project going on as well. We also got awarded funds for power line extension going along Little Boy Road, which is north of here. We also have funding, next week, we'll be going and presenting before the New Mexico Tribal Infrastructure Fund board, because we requested for funds for water line improvement from Crown Point coming north to prepare for the Navajo Gallup water line, the extension that's coming from 491 east. So we have to improve the water lines that currently exist from Crown Point to here. So we're working on that as well. With the ARPA funding, we identified families that need new homes. We identified power line extension, electrical upgrade, house wiring upgrade. We also identified bathroom addition improvement, meaning that several years ago, there were some bathroom additions that were constructed, but as you know, our community members, they age, so they need modifications to those bathroom additions, whether that's railing or other types of safety improvements within their homes. So these type of projects we've been working on. The entrance from here from 371 coming in, that's also an active project to expand the lanes. As you know, Crown Point has a multi-lane, that's what we're gonna do here. We're working on that as well. We also have plans for a new senior center. Tourism towards Chaco Canyon. We're also looking at IK Ranch going towards the highway that goes towards Farmington. There's an area there, over 600 acres that we want to do a transfer from fee to trust. And we're, as stated, we are working with the Eastern Land Commission as well as BIA. And we're trying to get the Division of Natural Resources involved with Navajo Nation. Because that's an ideal area too for a truck stop or some area there. So these sites are things that we're working on. In terms of community cemetery, that has been an active discussion. In fact, we had community members that wanted to donate land for a community cemetery. But the issue is, again, the land status. So knowing that's in allotment, it becomes a challenge again. But we do have community members that want to donate areas. The cell tower up here was a site that was donated several years ago. We just informed the community and try to work with them, and we do get positive response from our community members. So, again, our team here has been very active. They've been very good at working together. We also have a chapter strategic plan that we have in place, and using that as our guiding document, along with the philosophy of using the 4 directions and using our cultural knowledge as a guiding principle towards the advancement of the community. So all that came together, and UPSI has been active with their land use plan and supporting the chapter that way. So some of those are some of the changes that have occurred since the 2018 land use plan to today. But we just wanted to share that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Vicente, Mr. Perry, for your response and elaborating more in depth on the future planning for this community. And all the subcommittees under the chapter. Lego You can feel, the positive energy, in this chapter, knowing that you have the, the best interest of your constituents here in Vicente and maybe even the surrounding communities. I'd just like to introduce real quickly Mr. Anson Curley, the Honorable Nathan Nota, the Legislative District Assistant. Ko ishi beta no sendo hinatani bananishi inde. He was prior division director for NDOT, and he was also staff assistant for OPVP. Mr. Paulson Chaco lerendo ikeswalonso atoshin hashin sobo hinata again fighting. And I understand that he's currently with Double Engineering. Akoko Akotela Resources Development Committee. Translation for
Vicente and Navajo.
Okay, he had, there's two names now, people. I say, yeah, Clodetson, yeah, which is, I think that's it, not Archer, that little Mesa, Clodetson, yeah. Clodetson. Oh, I don't know, that, Shada Archico, which is a, Jada Hadat E, oh, yeah. The neck etchigo the vision. Just one thing I wanted to share with that in terms of the name, there's a little trivia. Who's a fan of Johnny Cash? Is that the singer, the country singer? Right here. Okay, well, back in the 70s, he was a visitor here constantly, Vicente and Crown Point. We had a painter who was from a family, the Betas, and he would come and he would purchase paintings. So he constantly spent time in Crown Point and Vicente, and he would come and visit the families here and come out in this area. So he was a constant visitor at Vicente Chapel.
John, did that answer, clarify your questions? Yeah. Okay, any other members of Resources Development Committee that has any questions or recommendations in reference to the presentation that was done here before RDC? Honorable Otterson.
So one thing is that I had an interesting conversation yesterday, and it was pertaining to the land statuses here in Eastern Navajo. And I think that those of you chapter officials that work directly with these federal agencies and tribal agencies pertaining to the land status, ideally to right of way, obtaining easements, whether you're dealing with the state, you're dealing with the tribal trust land, tribal fee land, or BLM, Indian allotment land, and I guess anyway, so these land status, and I know that earlier the Bureau of Indian Affairs is on the line. And I did the area director, Hatzi Adon, we know that there's process to obtaining these right of ways. And there's a process, whether it's a BLM process, the BIA process, whether it's trust land, the BIA process that is tied to the Indian allotment land issues and BLM process. And I think that somewhere the chapters that work indirectly with these policies, multi-agency, we need to get something identified. The reason why I say this is that I think it's about time to go to Congress. The Bureau of Indian Affairs at Gallup will tell you this is the process, you had to follow this. They just follow policies. They're not going to tell you there's a shortcut through here, and they're just going to give you a paper and tell you follow this process for right away. I said I used to obtain the right of ways for Indian Health Services in when I used to work in the Shiprock Service Unit. and they, I know Pebble Pintado and a 44 store, or he'll surf with it, yeah. Oh, it's 9 years ago, it's now, I don't not live car, they don't nappy. You know, it's okay, I cut nas somewhere we have to start going back to Congress to try to streamline these things. Because there's different policies that are in place. And especially with Congress, and I think that's some that I think if the Eastern Navajo chapters band together on this, that have these allotment issues, these land status issues, we need some sort of information on what you go through, because those federal processes, it requires an act of Congress to change. Some may only require the act of the Secretary of Interior. Just to get a water, get the right away from the road to here, what type of hurdles you guys came through. And I think that type of that type of information probably needs to be gathered so that we have some sort of knowledge of what you go through pertaining to the right of way issue. Years ago, when we were certainly with Honorable Perry, we had the police officer who just says he was in the dark zone. And there was the second police officer service we went to. And I was indicating that why don't we look at bringing fiber across from White Rock? I didn't set in a hot key. I should have now chapters in it. I did set to Highway 371. And then bring fiber down 371. And a lot of that is there's this planning. But again, when it comes to chapters, they don't want to work with each other. That's another issue. And somewhere we have to do that, because what I'm saying is that you chapter officials are the first government body that Navajo people go to. They're the ones that's trying to look out for the community, try to build the community. That's their job, to build the community. In this community here in Vicente, one of the footstones. China, can grow upon that. How you see Vicente, not today, but 20 years on the road. Those are some of the things that individuals need to really think about. And again, the right-of-way issue. If we can try to help clear that up, get a streamlined process, we can, it could help your growth here.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. Any other members of RDC? Okay, with that, I'd like to go ahead and give it back to the party for closing remarks.
Again, thank you, Shanad, council delegates of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, RDC, Mr. Toth as well for being here. We want to thank you for taking time out to be here at the Vicente chapter, for allowing us a presentation. Again, we appreciate and we look forward to future collaboration and partnership with the 25th Navajo Nation Council. As the delegate Honorable So stated, as part of the efforts to move forward, we have to work together and we have to work with all leadership. So we look forward to that going forward.
Aronana heha ade bijan so zido kodo arana kano yagi zanskago heha aro ani dadna naste that need ito relate ala dadil was dadino aya kodo the question on land use committee members then linigi retired some of them work for the US government and then Khalid Nata and Deshwa. And so di project Vicente chapter aja nanashishla akodoshte ado kodoha ado shamasando chinyare ado chabike or shelto akodonasha ko ado di ani sheep depinya hasna Akoi bahashnatla. Shedela vada tetna and nanchihon. He had toby hitlish. They had this looked like a cane hello. Gish a the baby had this is low. Ko eavada benashni ansisian dash my son Asia hofa. Ko you see by Hinson benach eavada the question not by the corner sha need to go in that could national different so a picture there was a single little I don't hear not a need or little we look forward to making our land use plan a dream come true for a lot of our communities and out of the Vicente chapter do administration do committee members asano tino ihan hadini do nekito.
I'd like to commend the Vicente chapter officials, Mr. Perry, Ms. Lantana, Ms. Arviso Arthur, and Ms. Padilla, land board member, out of the chapter administration, Ms. Hosteen, who is the coordinator, and then also the young lady that introduced herself as an office specialist. I'd also like to also commend the CLUP committee here, Ms. Vicente, Ms. Whitehair, Ms. Harry, Ms. Vicente, Ms. Johnson, and Ms. Hosteen, autoing that some of the community members that have been involved, Mr. James Morgan, Carol Dolan, Andrew Martin, Dolores Vicente, Lucy Kai Denito, Harry Hubbard, Darlene Wilson, James Wolf Jr., Benjamin Benali, Danny Simpson, June Toledo, and Abel Vicente, and also to Honorable Delegate Danny Simpson for making this product of what we call the land use planning document for what the committee or the community works by as a working document to meet the needs of the community. And not only that, but bring hopefully some economic development and better the quality of life for your constituents in the community of Vicente chapter. Adon Tago Eya Benanish, it's a big task. You put on public hearings, you're trying to get public input, community assessment, and then really going back down to the grazing officials or the grazing permit holders as well as input. And it does take a lot of work. And again, I commend the chapter for bringing this document before us and just reviewing this, which is some of the data that was inclusive in this packet. Mjongo Ayab Nanish Linigi Dasa, Lihashile Lodge and Linigi Kinat Ato Kunkya Mhe Nahansa Kesigi Ado Beto Tito AT the Art of Bisalagin Tago Hiha. And again, this exemplifies, one of the chapters out of the 110 that we have here across the great Navajo Nation that you really want to exercise, your planning, your controlling and monitoring and having that continual improvement process for your community members here within the Vicente chapter. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and accept the report. Again, there was a motion and a second. So right now, Mr. Tahi, I'd like to go ahead and take a roll call vote for legislation 0113-23.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0113-23. Honorable Shauna N. Claude, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna N. Claude votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, motion carries and legislation has been accepted and passed for 0113-23. The presenters and all your team that is present here in the facility today and some that may not be present today. So that takes us on to item 7B, legislation number 0114-23. Mr. Tahi, if you can read the legislation into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0114-23. Date May 22nd, 2023, titled the resolution, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee and Navigate Committee, establishing the Navigate Reservation Roads Task Force. Purpose. The purpose of this legislation is to establish a Navigate Reservation Roads Task Force, whose main responsibility is to develop and recommend a long-term priorities transportation plan for reservation roadways. Navigate Committee has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable George H. Toth. For tracking number 0114-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee and the Navigate Committee, establishing the Navigate Reservation Task Force. In section 1 outlines the authority. In section 2, the findings. In section 3, the Navigate Reservation Roads Task Force establishment. In section 4 is the directive, and section 5 is the effective dates and amendments. Then you have the first report, the nomination legislative branch and a public review summary for legislation number 0114-23. This legislation was posted on May 24, 2023 at 4:50 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended May 29th, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation. There was no comment opposing this recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0114-23 read into the record.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi, with that, members of RDC, may I get a motion on legislation 114-23? Honorable Inez, and may I get a second? May Honorable Claude, yeah. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, do we have any questions for our sponsor? Okay, we do. So Mr. Honorable George Toth, you have 20 minutes to do your presentation regarding legislation 114-23.
Ya this unicom no here that knowing the great chair, Madam Chair, Vice Door, all members of the I don't need to think though. In that this resisting. Anyway, this legislation that I'm sponsoring, it's not for myself, it's for our Navajo Nation. Econ introduce a shade legal. Ebanan hosh cato listo, shabilato listo.
haven't gone to Navigiati at Anima Fenique, Lars Dairo Kido, Adnek Shabash Neroli Loko. To enter the legislation, tracking number 0114, 2023, a co-sponsor slot. The purpose of this, the Navajo Nation does not have a solid plan for our roads. Each year we complain that roads being I need a Jonas Kagibahat Dojo. Don't believe in them. According to the division director, the standing committee, our agency, BIA, county, a hito come throughout the Navajo Nation, Joanne Song, it's a case in that. Eben not just and general Katie, that how many roads do we have on the reservation, Navajo Nation, 110 chapter with 3 states. Bigione, Ado Hanela, Patato Lee, Ado Hanela, Pesubato Lee, to Ebichin, yeah. General, he Dedo, Nascado, Genoco, Unhitado, not of resource. Ado Ebesichito, Jota Bansis case. So every time there's money coming in, we should put some money in there for our roads, bridge. We have county schools, we have reservation roads, one on main road, Trinity. I know the Department of Navajo Nation Transportation has a plan, but 2024. So Adokima Chite Chapter Natal is unlinked data and general. In the Kia Tito, the Stoshin Alcon, everyone needs the Alcon. Joel by Yan Tito by Tito, chapter, he cannot judge, he don't listen. A Coladinella Pespato is to pay or to do asphalt or chip seal that 80 to the main highway that or giving how much it's going to cost. Uncle 80 hash kilo even yet a legislation game. With Asha Hadilian Lincoln, throughout the Navajo Nation to a bad snake. So we don't have to, anytime there's money coming in, we should have a plan in place. A Quato now did all this. Oh, we get that need that I not gonna have them for the whole thing. Joe Yado Banit on. A base daily on this article base of Chile, Jot Avanza case. Yakon legislation give with arms of this committee of Senate. Aro in general, he not only that on the government and this. Aro committee's members, the task force is going to be from 5 agents, 5 standing committee, Ado President's Office, of Kidan, Andre legislation, people cut out the. What are 14 members on loan? He did on National General, so he did Ado quarterly to report nothing the progress of this task force. It's on general, he does Ado, this council machine, he done not all that. In the base by on it, how we can fund this project. It might take this year, might take another year. Yeah, hinge kilo, not unintentionally. It took a while, almost 3-4 months to put this thing together. So yeah. He has a lot of additional machine of uncertainties. She had additional chapter, but machine so in the hospital. As by communicate and any chapter official community. Where is your plan of this road? And get call land the Quados are more than all up in English.
So we have to do ourselves somewhere and help these division director, even the president's office. To aid the campaign that stop. So she be campaign or san legal. It need he now the as that leo. On the chapter go they could say that then. Especially the greater, all the jurisdiction door right away the basa not that that in general aki a yahai bunny is task for siki nahali don't listen that I know Navajo transportation has that responsibility, but the lack of personnel, so it even so this is not any so we have this. If you have any question, okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon. That just dot a quick. Okay, Joe Honorable Toby Cordon Benigi, legislation 0114-23, Kidato Link Sozgi Yaha. Ado a ya kodo, and we already have a motion in a second. Members of Resources and Development Committee. I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Honorable Rick Nez right now because he did have a question. So you do have the floor, Shnatani.
Kushila, Madam Chair, Ado Nantano Seniki, Ado Shine, Ado Tanho Taniki, we Beshbons on Betana Chiago. Standing Committees, Resource and Development Committee, Argentinianish Ilme. Mr. George told Koro, saw bed and the deed, he Daphne's needs source, a teen Beniga. Should an end of Senegi, I don't saw Dagi. Go a base pass on Betana job, a deep nigger, just committees, standing committees. The Konhan Taniki Yaha Resource and Development Committee. Lango Yado Shijagi Kides Ado Health Education Human Services, Russian Aja Zel Ido Betadet Iol Taki Aji Kedades. Ado Law and Order Committee, Hanenigi, Betana Chiaki, Yahasoba, Beshasanjado, Gold Duguna Yahadaki, Eharain, Tijido, Andawi, Ahibanan, Charge Des. Ado Digon Budget and Finance Committees, Deep Base of the Net and so based on Dan Dehiki, Arch Controller that Ekides in. Office of Management and Budget at that. Thank you. I don't know that Nabikia Walia Nabikia Kikabishons Anya Nachako. Did the Sabetan did I put Egobes Ani Edel Nabikia Sheshes Arco, though Trish ish as nature. Shade or Shak or Shakije as Doshalawit Eda, Nenegi Hono. Aqua Aren Nahab Nosan. I don't think what on Hidakan it Sorsiki, Shanant Island, Lenegi, Mr. Toth. Doe Haran Shade, Doe Aran on Siskesta. Ajida Health Education and Human Services. Lagon Hanan Shwalongo. Equity Resources and Development Committee. Nihiti Faki RDC, Serege, on Hidet, Igit, Evenina, Edi, Vasa, Beta, Date I, and an action relating to Resources and Development Committee. Nihitsan Bast. Arabakira and the Bishpas, Anna Nabakia Bast. According to Tiniki, Any May 22, Nave, Sabanito, Dahatna, and that has Anja. Di Tiniki Beshmas on a Yegaban seat in a Kiska. Beshmas and Dal Kashichan, they're welcome to come in and participate and listen to Navajo Division of Transportation, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Ben that Hini Tindo di Dutton Tiniki, the Nebanahas Chicago. And then the has the end his pehos. Haned Lashi teen the has slays the queens at Hagoshi, the queens at Hagoshi, the gravel beneath Nilgin dusty. The queens at Hagoshi, over Stafford, and the order has slays earth roads beneath. Though I did a city teen the airport has Ajes don Hinan Shield. A could oversight need Leniki, Quasa Betan Hadit, I Nehetatos of Sosgishan and I not Leniki. The task force shall exist until its assigned tasks are completed. Nila page 2, line 23 and 24. Everything that is listed that this task force is going to do. We already do that. En hin hasla, en hin benegebesh basa anni glen hekwa. Enne about na kindes da did be bahnasse. The energy was Geheki resources and development. Ajesto oversight and let the schnego. For the schnego chenash and gobelina. President under Kro executive order Hayi Apegatit Ahetasnego. Di Gishan Bansis Kesko, Din Hinkinan Chepidini. Task force at all length, Di Hundi energy at Lehashin solar energy, wind turbines, that take it over Ishi clean energy. En Hinhia Gune is so. A cook executive order hot Ako Ashat en Hiota that evening, put on Nigo, not so Haidila. Haila examining every resources and development committee and Hita Nego en not Ani Kot Ego, it's on a giant Glila. Dihota Tehegi en Hinan, Stobik is a teen Ahonanat. A teen, Mr. Toth, you were invited. You are more than welcome to attend RDC and give your input. Your chapters, Eastern Agency, even Eastern Agency, Northern Agency, Dinny, Out of 45 Agency, Chinley Agency, and Western Agency. Task force. I do not agree with it. I don't agree with it because we are already here. We are doing the job of what is written here in this legislation. The task assigned to Navikia Reservation Roads Task Force. You have to identify the roads, bridges, reservation roads, paid, unpaid, bus routes, asphalt, chip seal, gravel, short-term, long-term, prioritized plans. About 60 million, 58 million. Federal government, that what ego, it's under 5 agencies, these split another 58. According right at the top, administrative costs. And that the AD consta could you put that? A resource and development. Asat sabe dan hadid I legislation. Bahadil in dapa. Those land hitching will eat and the eben nachin. What are a teen hush edal And what this legislation is doing now is including the office of the president, vice president, to have someone from his office. A office of the president, GG executive branch. To me, who is not a lawmaker, it should be the legislative branch. BIA, locally Boston. One member from Bureau of Indian Affairs, Eastern Agency Administration. Why just Eastern Agency? Eastern Agency, what about Northern? What about 45 Chinle and Western? How come they're not included in here? Out of 5 counties, Nana. I understand this is a task force to identify. I know I'm going to vote red. When it comes before Navikiati, I'm going to tell them this is the committee right here that oversees and is the oversight of transportation and roads. I'm not going to go to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and say, "She education, task force, that kind of tells me that you guys aren't doing your job and I'm coming in to do a job for you. Mr. Toth, with all due respect, you're telling us that we're not doing our job here as RDC, that you're going to create a task force that's going to do a better job than what we are elected to do. That this is how it translates. It's not going to work as we think it's going to work. RDC 4 years RDC we identify all the roads. So governor, lieutenant governor, not only than Navajo Nation, Chicago, based on the federal government based on the paved roads. Other did rights of way. In that based on these additional analysis. I could do and the so I would just tell you, Ashwater, withdraw your legislation and let us do the work that we are assigned to do as the Resources and Development Committee. I saw this and I know there was a co-sponsor that was assigned to this as well. But Law and Order Committee, if I tell them this is how we're going to do the judicial system, to me, this is just how I see it, and I don't care. Thank you.
Honorable Nez. So at this point, I'd like to allow a response to Shanat Honorable Tolf in regards to the concern that was brought up by Honorable Rick Nez.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair, Vice, and then also members. I'm not trying to take Mr. Nez. I'm not trying to take that responsibility. You have a lot of things on your agenda, even all the committee. If we think that way, how come we're on subcommittee? This is trying to help you. Other committee, subcommittee. There's an enterprise. There's other committees. I'm just trying to help you. I have not seen any plans
a solid plan that will tell us how we can advocate for monies. So I thought we're all in one body helping each other. We just can't say, if you have anything with education, let us know if we can allow you to sponsor. I'm not trying to take your responsibility. My thought is, where is the Navajo Nation plan? I have not seen a solid plan that will tell me this is the main one that we should be advocating. So if I like to see that plan, this is where we at. Next week, they're Washington, we'll see. So we're trying to help as a whole nation. You know, it has to go through the channel. I have nothing. If you voted red, that's your position. That's your right to vote. See, all I'm doing is trying to help this committee to our need. That's part of your responsibility. But I'm trying to help. If you want to make some amendment, less committee, it can be done, or we can give it back to you. Do you have time within 3 or 4 years? I don't think so. I'd like to see your plan that I can push that for the community. Thank you.
Honorable George Toll. So with that, I just want to let you know, Mr. Toll, that the prior 24th RDC committee had approved is it a 5-year plan? Yeah, a 5-year plan, tribal transportation infrastructure plan. And yeah, I not approve that the analyses and the data collection, the assessment, tribal transportation improvement plan. Ajin linigi ad ende enda jo basala. They're the expertise on how these roads need to be maintained adu inda. With the work session that RDC had put on back on May 22nd or 23rd, and a BIA was there. A call inventory, the odd ende hajoba, the whole net, the unpaved roads, gravel roads, dirt roads, the 50-mile grading plan that is across all the Navajo Nation with 110 chapters. Federal Highway Administration. $58 million every year. And that is the money that is divided up among the 5 agencies. Highway chip seal so Honorable Rick Ness, lay in any project, whether if it's a road or deed or Hawanda now, based on need agent project na Nkog Adeba needs and lay Washington the based on lady debt ceiling no the bahana. It adds to that variable to where funding is very difficult to get these days. I just want to add that the members of Resources and Development Committee, Honorable Otto, so you have the floor.
Yeah, dito chain bears underneath so the gate. And the ownership in the goal, it's creating another layer of bureaucracy to address an authority, an oversight that has been granted to the council or granted to RDC through the council. Title II, Lady TDC, that's a job. Their responsibility was that they had oversight of certain transportation within community development too, and so forth. But these lady, you had 12 standing committees. With the from 88 to 24. I could the programs, understanding committees, resource and development committee. Order. I don't the health and human service, health education, human service had I don't the budget and finance committee had I don't know what all the business and so government service committee that's a job or don't let it on you yan to that is case of capital alcohol on a this case. But you know, the allocation for road funding is something that is on every council delegate's watch. The funding for road allocation was at a sliding scale. I see, and then 2018, the Navajo Nation T-tip plan was $73 million for Chinle agency. And then it went down, and that was 36.2% of the 5-year revenue. On the A Fort Defiance got 44.7 million. Auto Eastern Agency 39.9 million. Auto Northern Agency 37.9 million. That's 18%. Auto Western Bajo region 13.7%. So we've been at 13.7% for since 2018. I always advocated. I used to agency road committee, not ani that has done but not they incorporated that into the current plan that was in place. To catch up to that, that's what created that sliding scale. So each 5-year plan had a sliding scale. So this year in the over 5 years, 58 million, 56 million, a 5 years of base of in each agency. The current 5-year plan that INDOT has in place, this is the first time that each agency got the same amount, I believe, $44 or $42 million each after the 10% was taken off. So Ashon, there's fairness in all of the alcohol, whether the agency, you know, we came a long ways. And personally, I'm gonna vote against this. You're requesting the authority from RDC. And I wouldn't tell another standing committee that I want their authority. And then you reference subcommittees and things like that. There's certain subcommittees that has to be put in place. Enterprises, it's a whole different animal. Then their own autonomy. I've been go partners based on his Anton, though I think for need but partners and the way go as that. Over this case, go show what but again, this legislation, every delegate has a right to introduce a legislation and move through the system, whether there's a process, based on whether, you know, after this committee's action, you'll go on to the next committee. But you know, I truly see that the oversight of transportation as a whole has been granted by the Navajo Nation Council to Resources and Development Committee and it's codified in law. Resource and Development Committee is the committee that oversees the transportation awareness, and a lot of it too, the administration. Based on we only have two authorities. We're there to legislate laws. We appropriate funds. We are not there to take the broom or get the shovel and start digging. He's supposed to be holding the shovel. He's supposed to be sweeping the floors and mopping the floors and taking out his hammer out of the toolbox, out of his tool pouch, and if you had to cut it up. And the reason why I'm saying that is he's a division director. As a transportation division director, he is the professional in that field. There's a process to the funding issue. The other is that it's not that the nation's not doing a lot. The bigger thing is Washington. The federal Indian budget formulation is where funding that is appropriated by Congress. This $58 million, $58 to $56 million a year that we get. We knock on the doors at the Hall of Congress to ask for more money. That's the federal budget. The President of the United States issues a green book each year. Each year, green book connects it for the federal budget for 2-year process. The federal budget is formulated by the President of the United States. This year, it's a Joe Biden budget. A big echo, ya ade kataki. So this would deep cost. So I have the budget formulation booklet in my truck there. It's like a Bible that I carry around. And these dollars are federal dollars. They're not Navajo Nation dollars. That's what determines what goes out to Indian country. Out of Indian country, there's 574 federally recognized tribes. There's a formulation, each tribe gets their own federal dollars. Alaska, the coastal tribes here in Navajo, we get about 58 to 56 million. The tribes in Oklahoma gets a little more than us. The tribes in Alaska gets a little bit more than us too. So it's like a contest that we are trying to request for additional funding from Congress. And when the federal dollars come into the coffers of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, whatever is allocated for us for that fiscal year is what we get. Whether it's $56 million, whether it's $58 million. But again, bottom line is this budget is set by the President of the United States. We're out there asking to increase funding, whether it's in road, Indian health services, Indian education, safety of dams, windmills replacement, BIA basal the basements and a lot of these dollars are only federal dollars in the transportation. The only Navajo Nation dollars that is geared to transportation income is the fuel excise tax. When you buy fuel on the Navajo Nation, you contribute a certain percentage to the fuel excise tax. The parking lots are paid. So when you go to Gallup, don't purchase gas in Gallup. Buy it in Tohatchee. Buy it in Winter Rock if you can. Buy it in somewhere that's on tribal trust land. Because that sales tax dollars will help with development of road. That's the only thing, and it only generates $6 million, about $7 million. It generates. That's the only Navajo Nation dollars that is associated to transportation on the basically. Other than that, the dollars are federal dollars. The federal dollars that are coming from our fellow taxpayers. The bigger issue is how do we infiltrate Congress to try to get them to get us more dollars to appropriate. Like right now, it's just a budget budget ordinance introduced a Congress made. You look at Congress today. Last year, the Congress that flipped from Democratic to Republican, a majority Republican in the House of Representatives. That's what's going to determine what are they going to appropriate for us in this coming fiscal year on the federal budget. There's bigger pictures to it. That's my second opinion, you know, and yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Aroso Adon Lenigi. kodo, sa behavior in regards to tribal transportation. Ako kodo did a team with the I know that every chapter is staggered into a county across the 3 states. I know that in New Mexico, we have McKinley, we have Sandoval County and San Juan. They have the county roads department. They do agreements, intragovernmental agreement in DOT with the counties. And I know that with McKinley County, when I was employed with Rock Springs chapter, McKinley County did mention that NDOT gives them $200,000 a year so that the county heavy equipment will be able to help grade some of these roads, chapter roads, or community where there's chapters. They do some collaboration. So right at this point, Honorable Nez is writing down some information that he would like to share. And this was information that was retained from the work session that was held at NDOT back on May 22nd and 23rd. Again, BIA and NDOT were there in several departments under NDOT. So unique for roads. One of the main important information that was shared with us is that whatever dollar amount the Navajo Nation is asking for roads from the federal highway, Navajo Nation has to cost share. They have to come up with 20% of that money. So let's just say $100. Let me just use this number real easily. $100. A team, Navajo Nation has to come up with $20. Cost share. Navajo Nation tries to keep it at a lower scale because again, we have financial obligations, as a nation to our people with all the services that we provide. So right now, I'd like to allot this time to Honorable Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Adoshna George Tolf Coronal Sosa Bedan Hadid. Idoshna Ran also Tanegi, Dequabaka Shlagi, Atlanta, NDOT Bedin, Navajo Division of Transportation. Mr. Garrett Silversmith, AJ Atlanta, Executive Director. A week ago, I said Lago Ben Kisna has net data. A quote. 14,000 miles of road they oversee across the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation is at 17 million acres, 27,000 square miles. Federal Highway Administration based at Agonal source Dinal source even based on the Hitchin Navajo Nation. A company get peso nahat quaki plan. I don't hate Arshit Tini given nahat again that I don't depend that on niche. But that is Nestora is Torobe Kere a maintenance. Saho a teen that had lad potholes in the had that. A Codi agreement began gonna had it a given his nahas nagi based on what the funding sources. You have Federal Highway Administration, it's NADO, FET, fuel excise tax, it's NAGO, other base of Danete, it's really $57,869,124.23. Akut 58 million bedi neneke na kiyal ene kopdil pesos sorziki di kwa maintenance bedi neneke kohopa. Akut chapters dan neleke yeah 110 chapters across the Navajo Nation. Each chapter is allowed to have an inventory of 15 miles in their community per chapter. It's distributed equally among 5 agencies: Western Agency, Chinle Agency, Fort Defiance Agency, Northern Agency, and Eastern Agency. Bata Pi, it's Alkish Hadlen go Ashlago, it's Alkish go A.D. Beso, what ego Chudan. I couldn't question Harchin Nada Washington, yeah, Bureau of Indian Affairs. Nikit Nada has Nagodan, Honel A.D. Fish, Kakodan, Tiniki dirt roads, 4,142. Bada William Main today, and though 18 that had placed banana shitty either, or maintenance to get a and that but then I has a horn, a conscience at Hago 18 was that's teeny that is in. I don't that I said the Melia's answer said, there's not the no ding. Since the Tago 18, the Hashleshiki Ajabanish maintenance, I don't 83 miles, at Egoshin Kanata, at that's not Boston, the Bestin, got a teacher down, ego, deep fish, say it nos, got Toban and Karas, Lenny Orat, Ego up and down the shit, in a gay cop. That's go 6,015 miles. A coy, it is EPIA. Accorded Shana Quagis Zogi 58 million. 5-year plan for long a Schlatnach Gonahat RDC Lanashe. A digging had Agi Beso con equal distribution maintenance should they don't eat the baka. According qua pesos and the ligin had the hostage etabadi, no dinache. According peso and need go and need get clean of it all, these for all leshke. It costs between 37 to 42 million. A couple a new roads get arjaful. According at and the goshana, those and then not finished on that. They are Corrigosan Nelgage, Washington, but they need to have the horse. I send him the has take out at a bedin. On the Washington, D.C. can the not good at days at all age of not on it and Lenny congressional and Senate leaders. A cold and his other bonds today case on it in the Hadil, Nathan, and hidden near Dinache. The question what that Hesna. Zel edits a chepatat unique in Harshan Peso, get off target a chepatat unique. Did the treaty now so Sun Treaty of 1860 we get a Hakeda. And here could us at the AFK car chance when need longer. Nihida odate in the better go on here and based on nature. We later Nihia I guess it and Nakotin he carry how could you at the is not. I should I based on nature. What I just either. Of course, Anasta that the Hodaba and that's the Dobachanga Shishke. Alanat Ani the children Shikera and the Jacqueg in Ayodachi, Ashketa. I could do what I going to hit has answered the Nadosh and Mr. Toth. By this figure right here, even if you create a task force, it's going to come back to this number right here. What can you do better? Can you add this to it? Can the president add to it? The previous presidents could not accomplish that. The previous councils, they are called nature, which any cook we ought idea. A critical to less because no nature naka. The I see get about something longer that's it on this one. And the did have about this, the don't just perhaps and no later been here, a card is slado here.
Honorable Nez, for your synopsis of the information that was shared at the NDOT work session. If you have any final remarks to make.
Nana got a kudo ni hotel even na she high community badishnansen jobs had medo and he job also to a bakashte ashide be the leader every year back in 1995 up to 03. Still same issue. We need to pass this information to them. I'm aware of it, that you had this work session. I have responsibility, just like you. I'd rather be at my community. That's my platform. Even I know there was a meeting going on, but what all of I was trying to do is to help the committee so we can iron this out and have a better plan in place. So even yes, equal to if you don't support, that's good, you know, that's part of our responsibility. So I was trying to help this committee because we have a lot of responsibilities, and I know and my committee is the same way. We have a lot of responsibility. If you go up to the beginning, you know, I will present that same thing. So I'm thinking.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Honorable Toll. Next, I'd like to go ahead and give it to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Resource Committee, Education, I'm still like presenting Lalo Dika, the station Tani, so see, like district Dida. As a member of this RDC Dida and being an Eastern representative, I'm very vocal that we get our share from Eastern Agency Dida in reference to highway roads. I'm very vocal on that area. So possible. Could DE by identification and it's still going to be the same situation. He takes in the beginning, you have this task force for data, and it comes with a plan. It still has to go back before RDC Nana for final approval. So my recommendation, and like I said, we're transparent. I know the 5-year plan was the transportation was approved in that part of 2022 data in December by 24th Council. And I believe that I know we're told by NDOT that they recommend they really don't like to amend the 5-year plan. Out of federal government, you know, they like to see what was approved through 5-year planning. Again, the last transportation for navigation was approved back in December 2022 by 24th Council. So I think, to me, as a delegate, individual delegate, you have every right to come and look at that 5-year plan. And if you believe that your project for chapter you represent certain roads that need to be maintained, or you like to be considered for paving or chip sealing, I think that you have every right to do that and look at it, say, I'd like to do legislation, I'd like to amend this 5-year plan of transportation and suggest that and put it back for RDC. And That's the opportunity. But if you come up with your task force and they come with recommendation, it still has to be approved by RDC, ADA. So one thing is you might take a look at a 5-year plan and you think that maybe a couple of roads should be in there. And before RDC through legislation, this is my recognition.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson. Other could members not or add any recommendations? Honorable Claw. Good afternoon. Honorable Toll, thank you for bringing this legislation before us. And I think you can see on my paper, I wrote it like I have a lot of questions in the legislation. The reason is that as Shana, Honorable Nez, he described the process. But in here, I think one of the main things that we are forgetting is what they call the IGA, the Intergovernmental Government Agreement. And so that becomes a complicated issue. We talked a lot about different things, like we have the airports, we have the global lighting agreements. And then I talked about the transfer. How do we transfer roads from BIA to Navajo Nation to NDOT and then vice versa? So I believe Shana, Honorable Simpson did give you a good recommendation. But for myself, I think that this legislation is almost like a report card for RDC. I think that sometimes committees do need to be, I don't know how to say it, but you get slapped in the face and it's like a wake-up call, like, are you doing your job? And so as I was reading this legislation, I do see a need for improvement from RDC. In here, you put written and oral report. So I do agree. We do have work sessions. It is open to all delegates, but I think that we can do a better job in giving you that information. And as I'm sitting here, you know, I have other colleagues of ours on the 25th, they're texting in now and they're asking the same questions. So I think that, you know, in that way, that was a good thing that you brought us to reflect upon ourselves and our authority. And I do appreciate your offer to assist us because RDC, every day we're in motion. Every day we're reviewing different laws. We're going through different legislations. And so it's very welcoming to know that you are saying, what can I do to help? But I do think about the legality of everything. And just as Honorable Simpson said, you know, we might try to go 2 steps forward, but we're going to get pushed back 3 steps again, because it will come back to the Oversight Committee, which will be RDC. So those are some of the things that I think about. And then the other part that you have in the legislation is contracting officer. And then you have in here the council, legislative council shall assign 1 attorney. We keep hearing over and over again that all these attorneys are short-staffed. You know, I'm like you, I put in legislation requests back in January. Spring session went by, none of my legislation went forward. And I was thinking, what's going on? And many people out there don't know it, but we have a bottleneck. You know, we only have a few attorneys, and so our legislation goes through and some of them don't get pushed out as quick. So I think that, you know, if we're putting directives in here to our policy analysts from the Speaker's Chief of Staff, and then in here we have legislative staff to assist with the roads task force. And then we're saying we want the Attorney General to assign an attorney to this task force. And then we're asking for another legislative council attorney to be assigned to the task force.
to me, this directive is a large order, and I think what a mom say to their kids is your eyes too big for your stomach? You're asking for too much food. So I think that, my recommendation is, like Shana, Honorable Ricknez, just to ask that if we can withdraw this and maybe make this more reasonable. And I would say, let's invite these people that we're trying to bring to the table and see if they would be willing to work with us. And then maybe one of us RDC members can sit down with you. I would like to hear which roads you're trying to improve. And maybe then we can be more effective, because right now we have membership from every agency. So for myself, Chinle, 15 miles is not gonna cover anything in Chinle agency. So we do need that. And then just as Shana, Honorable Ricknez said, but how do we make our dollars stretch, right? We can't, because right now that's like the set funding amount. So it's not that, we're not doing all that we can. It's just, how do we become more efficient? And then also, how do we make the process more efficient? So that's why we had our work session. But as they say, every delegate is entitled to putting their legislation forth. And I think that this is a really valiant effort. You're there, you want to be the champion for your community, and I appreciate that. And so for myself, I was laughing. I said, okay, we're on this river, and if I have to, I'll push my chaise little raft down the river and let him go forward. But I do ask of you to try to work with us and bring your issues to the table. And even if you sit down on the side with us, that's all I would ask, Shache. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Claude, for your recommendation and the words that you have shared. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and allow time back to the presenter.
Yeah, I understand, members committee. I'm not trying to take your authority away. I'm just trying my best to help you. All this plan has to come back before you. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we really need to have this solid plan in place for our community. Because a lot of this community don't go to our meeting, and we don't give them time to respond their issues because of our local chapter official, but they're the one that has these issues. 15 miles it's not. What my thought was, have the solid plan in place, assisting you, come back to you. About 3 years ago, permit fund he didn't go down yet. So and I do respect your authority, and like I said, we need to give our chapter official some time to respond to some of these legislation, but we don't. There's comment, yeah. But how many official can get the computer and log in? Okay, of course, yeah. So whatever, think about it. Just doing it for my community, not only for my community, but throughout 110 chapter. meeting now, no by over there. Could you no? When are we gonna start fixing these roads? County that netting out there. Zanna Hutchin, Bago, in Hataholia. How many years? Oh, go 80 in Najan's case. Of course, you know, I am not trying to take your authority. I'm not trying to wake you up. That's a deal I joined to eat that. All I'm trying to do is help you as the staff to put a task force that can help us to plan better. No, out there. So we have other scheduling. I'm not trying to be a hero. I'm not trying to be, you know, shady equally. As Twiddle son, you cut not they don't have cheeky box either. Solid plan it all. John Doe, Jones, and they. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dorshanot Arnie Honorable George Toll. Believe Honorable Otto.
Yeah, this what I was indicating, the federal book that comes out, it's actually the state. This is what goes into Indian country as a whole. The President of the United States submits the Indian country budget, the BIA budget. The BIA consists of all of our $638, public safety, Indian education, safeties of dams, federal transportation, and the operation of BIA, alcohol. In 2023 federal budget, what Congress approved. Congress approved $2.5 billion into Indian country, divided up among the 574 federally recognized tribes, based off of what, you know, what's earmarked for Indian education, transportation, what's earmarked for safeties of dam, for public safety, and all these programs that the Bureau of Indian Affairs has to fund. That's in 2023 federal budget. We proposed give the federal budget now is at $3 billion and 30 million. That's what the Biden administration has set for Indian country. And inside of it, Congress and the federal government has already indicated what's going to go into a program. How much, you know, for instance, the BIE schools on Navajo is going to get. And now when you go to BIE schools, teachers in the have your child go to school every day. Every day when your child gets on that bus, bus driver, bus wheels and bus driver, which is la. Later, backpack, what kind of salary janitor so that's how they determine a lot of the federal budget. These budgets are pretty much determined by the federal government. Whatever Navajo gets, the 5-year plan. What little we get, 58 million. to 56, whatever that number is. We try to stretch it. And this year, at one point, I was actually saying that $58 million, let's go and take the 10% off to allow NDOT to operate, and let's divide the remaining amount. That's about like 5%, 6%. So that remaining amount would be divided into the delegate region. That way, your chapters in that delegate region will determine what roads are priority at the local level. But again, that priority is done by NDOT communicating with the chapter. NDOT comes to chapters. NDOT at the work session. We see the chapters, we got the road inventory, we get ADT numbers, average daily traffic count. If you have a road that only has like 4 or 5 people going down that road each day, the average daily traffic count will not increase. That means that that road is not a priority. They will select a road that will have more numbers, the more roads that are traveled. Although the other thing too is O&M. The Bureau of Indian Affairs does not fund O&M 100%. When you see BIA roads that are paved, you see potholes. They patch them up. Or to do O&M. O&M is like resurfacing the pavement when they start cracking, or just laying oil on there just to preserve the strength of the asphalt. A lot of these funds are pretty much destined by Congress. But again, leadership always goes to Washington, try to knock on the door at the Transportation Division, and also meeting with the House Natural Resource Committee. Also, the House Natural Resource Committee oversees transportation. So we usually have direct meetings with them. So we are constantly doing the advocacy for roads for Navajo. But the thing about it is Navajo is big. 27,000 square miles that we have. That sprawls across right now 4 states: Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona. And I always commend our past leaders. When they made the trip to Washington, they bring money back. They brought land back. When you look at the original 1882, 1868 original treaty land. Our leaders, though, they brought more value back to the nation than what is today, than this $3.3 billion that we're saying that is dismayed to Indian country. They brought more value back to the Navajo nation. For those $58 million out on the Indian education dollars, bringing resources. NDOT is trying to stretch what monies they receive from the federal transportation. And then at the same time, again, we are advocating for federal dollars, and the advocate to try to get up those offices, those congressional leadership. Congress has changed. Arizona, we have a new representative. So we have to penetrate his support because that representative is a Republican. We have to go and tell them what our story is, what Indian country is, what Navajo is. Because when it comes to deciding on these federal dollars based on Washington, we don't cast the vote. Congress casts the vote. Even in now, Jovan Sakisa. Oh, I'll sort of cat.
Heha ado shenat ani no thinigi do shenat ani not sos be not deeds I kodon kedato ni sos we honorable to hold ado kodor Resources and Development Committee. Kun leliki aye lo binkia si tit no kun ni anigi lo kodon kizad is ado kodon is agi shenat ani leliki kodon honorable to Akoko kodon linigi the ashonan and then clo na jahan sos kodotan lini ado ani nisenzi to na hallo ako lini she akodo shanatani no linigi Resources and Development Committee kodo eyad binya kodo vote so Mr. Tahi, if you can do roll call vote under Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Resource Development Committee, Association, Kani Sakili of Flight, Asnanta. You should told me that on Mem Delegate Sean Playa Hatsi. And I agree with her. It's a wake-up call on how we address these roads for our communities on it. Some of us represent one chapter, some represent two, some represent 8 chapters. So, Asnanta Okanal kind of so table that he did. I was your work session that he taught me. Our processing. Maybe we can come up with some other ways we can address this issue that you're trying to propose to us. So, Shanta, okay, each kilo not kind of table what's the Ashwika.
Honorable Kodoshi, make a response to that.
Just wanted to say again, I'm just doing for our people. And I know you have this on your agenda. But if you want to continue dragging this road issue, because this plan 5 years doesn't really help the community. It was only a few of the official got this information from each chapter. Remember that. Maybe 15 miles of allow machine. Those are some of the complaints. If you want to, just like I keep telling you, I'm not trying to get authority from you. I'm just trying to help. Sunday. You all disagree. So, I'm just going to withdraw this legislation to satisfy you, all of you. But remember, I'm just doing for this community, for our people. The bottom line is for our people. When are we going to help our people? Bringing all this red tape up here. That's all we have in this government. So who's to blame then? It's the council. There is money, yes. Of course, so just to satisfy, I'm just gonna withdraw and leave it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Resource Development Committee, Association, I just want to say thank you, but in return, we have to do something for Resource Development Committee. So I'd like to make a request to the Resource Development Committee that we conduct another work session. Kasi for council RDC but at the same time. So with this, we'll conduct another work session. What was approved for the 5-year plan by 24th Council RDC? Also that all delegates will be invited to this work session. And make sure we do it immediately in respect to Chair that. So they'll have their input at this work session. So withdraw in return, we have to do something for him. So that's my recommendation, Madam Chair. And that work session needs to be done immediately. I say, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Simpson. Next, I'd like to go ahead and give it to Honorable Aroso.
The other is Nashanan. Yes, we can have this work session. But remember, we only have 2 authorities. We have to have the administration here, there. If the administration is not there, and the reason why I say this is that the division director works directly for the president. So we really have to get the administration there. We know that Mr. Silversmith, he's really good at communicating. But again, we need to get how the administration makes these decisions, because these decisions that's brought to RDC to make is done by the division. And their managers that actually put the paperwork together, and which managers indicate and tell us on the record that they come and visit and talk with the chapter pertaining to the roads. Because at that work session, I'm going to tell you, they're going to say, we go to the chapters. The communication, where is the communication breakdown? Who is not communicating? Is it council's responsibility to go and tell the chapter we're gonna get money for the roads, or money is coming in? No, it's the administration. The administration, hey, team, Mr. Silversmith, if I were the president, get Mr. Silversmith, get out there, get to the chapters and tell them we need a road plan. It's information. Then I'm sure there's a sign-in sheet, because the reason why I say this is that I've seen NDOT and Tuba City. I've seen NDOT in Gap, Arizona. I've seen NDOT in Denhoto, and I've seen NDOT at Isnaspons chapter, because I went to a chapter meeting there before. Even making presentations, and the issue of who is not communicating needs to be identified. If the chapters are saying NDOT is not communicating, we need to get that on record, because if that's the case, and hey, President Shaw Hijoyi Kadi Nana Nishiton no Sanatara da Nego Naha Hanet Beredot Ni. That issue too, if you can get that information, what chapters indicate on the record that NDOT doesn't come here to present to the, or did not present that information to the chapters. We need that on record, because that's going to be part of it. And that will allow us to put fire to the feet of the division director at transportation. And the other thing too is, if it's during the pandemic, we all know that at that time there was orders to stay home, and but work had to continue to operate. So,
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Aroso. Next, I'd like to go ahead and give it to Honorable Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. George Kela. withdraw in lagi. Lean lagi at a 58 million it's based on population and miles. Jo is a nache at a car. A late the nation. Dig a Kojio Torja Howard Zogi. We have Ben Ray Lujan, Senator Heinrich, and I believe others like Teresa Ledger Fernandez. We can continue to talk to them as well as from Utah, as well as Arizona. A Kundi population don't need nada. The latest census we're at about 400,000. The Hodnla Goshin. Actually, we're not a slim. She did that. So, but our population increases, yeah. So, miles, we can continue to make more inventory at the local level and say, thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Naz, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, just my recommendation to this body and to Mr. Toth is that RDC does have oversight over Department of Division of Transportation. I would recommend that we have a directive on RDC's next agenda that they conduct hearings or a work session in each of the communities. So this way, this information is shared as well. So this way, the Department of Transportation will utilize their budget in order to inform the public. And since a lot of the public health orders have been lifted, this would give me, as well as the Division of Transportation, all the stakeholders, which includes the county, the state, and highway transportation, to organize another work session where we invite all the 25th Navajo Nation Council members as well. As of now, I'm working with the Federal Highway Transportation, and we've tentatively scheduled July 11th as the next work session to hear from them, as well as all the NDOT transportation that is going to happen as well. So this would give me, as well as all the other stakeholders, enough time to plan accordingly, and also for them to make the travel to Window Rock for the second work session, as well as also to inform the public. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that would be my recommendation in order to satisfy all the questions and answers and all the communication that has been exchanged thus far.
July 11th.
Yeah.
Sunday.
July. It's a Tuesday.
There goes, okay, Lindsay. Okay, Hagwashi, yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. Ado, I'd like to go ahead and give it back to the presenter.
Madam Chair, Vice, and also members, yeah, that would be a good idea. We're gonna have a public hearing because all my 8 chapter are complaining. And I don't know about Mr. Danny Sampson's area. We've been trying to get the Department of Transportation in our area. It took Vice President to bring Mr. Silversmith to a certain chapter. This is what we encounter. Let the chapter official bring this issue. They're the first one. Probably have a lot of responsibility. Even one time when he was being appointed, that's what I told him. You know that you heard me that you need to don't forget Eastern agencies to aid the highest. So I would request also recommend that we should have a work session with the officials throughout the chapter. Thank you.
Wishing, Honorable George Toth. So with that, there was a recommendation, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson.
I go ahead and withdraw my motion.
Okay.
The, the reason why I'm gonna withdraw my motion is Honorable Toth withdrew his legislation. 10114-23. So since he withdrew his legislation, I'm gonna go ahead and motion to withdraw my motion.
It was Honorable Nez that motioned, so you're gonna withdraw your motion.
Yes, I will go ahead and withdraw my second to the motion as well on legislation 0114-23 that Mr. Honorable George Toth requested that he will be withdrawing this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, so just for record, Shanatani Noshigi, motion was made by Honorable Rick Nez and second by Honorable Claw. So with that, Honorable Rick Nez, you withdraw your motion to legislation 114-23. That's how I have you down here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request that I withdraw my motion for legislation 0114-23 as requested by Honorable George Toth that he will withdraw this legislation.
And Honorable Claw concurs as a seconding motion to 114-23. Rashi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, without a motion in the second, this legislation will not move forward until the actual formal withdrawal has been conducted by Delegate Toth, which would require him to sign the legislation paper for the withdrawal form. So without a first and a second, this legislation still cannot move forward. So it'll still stay with RDC until that withdrawal is completed. I believe we have Office of Legislative Counsel on the call, but they can provide further legal direction if that's what you would seek. Or
Good afternoon. This question is going to be posed to Legislative Council with legislative. Do we have Ms. Khan or Ms. Quinn on the call in regards to legislation 114-23?
Madam Chair, this is April Quinn with the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Quinn, for responding. So the question here to legal counsel is legislation number 0114-23 initially had gotten a motion and a second. And after reconsideration by sponsor Honorable George Toth, it was requested that he will withdraw the legislation. And Honorable Rick Nez and seconding party Honorable Claw had withdrew their motion and their second. How do we proceed with this, providing the withdrawal form there with legislative need to be filled out? So we're just looking for legal guidance. Ms. Quinn.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. It cut out a little bit there while you were speaking, but I think I generally understand the issue. I may need a couple minutes on this since I'm new to the Office of Legislative Counsel and to the standing committee rules. If I could have a couple minutes to look through the rules.
April, not
Dana's on.
I've been on the call. Sorry for interrupting. Madam Chair, this is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I'm going to take over for Ms. Quinn. So my understanding is that Delegate Toth has agreed to withdraw the legislation, and he will need, if he has not done it already, fill out the withdrawal form that at Office of Legislative Services. However, at this point of time, I think that you don't need to do anything further. He's withdrawn, the motion and second have been withdrawn. So basically it's just getting deleted off your off the agenda as an administrative process. So you are good to move on, should be good to move on to the next item on your agenda.
Shane, I honestly appreciate your response, Dana, and also to Ms. Quinn. And thank you for that legal advice. So with that, I believe we will be going forward on to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 8, close of meeting. I'd like to go ahead and give it to Mr. Tahi for announcements. Oh, sorry, I have one more item on the agenda. I forgot to look at the approved web, trying to be one step ahead. Okay, sorry. Going on, staying on item number 7, new business letter D, approving and participating in a meeting with the Department of Minerals and U.S. Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs on updates regarding matters related to mine assets, Kayenta mine reclamation, permitting and bond release process, land relinquishment, and agency responsibilities for Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Winter Rock, Arizona area. So with that, members of RDC, may I get a motion for this meeting participation with Minerals Department and BIA Vice Chair Johnson? May I get a second? Honorable Claw. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on this meeting for June 20th? Going once, going twice. Mr. Tahi, could you please take it to roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for 7D, new business. Honorable Shauna Anqua, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Anqua votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. Motion carries on that meeting date. Going next, finally, to number 8, item on the agenda, close of meeting. Mr. Tahi, announcement.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, my announcement is for next week. Next week, RDC will be on travel to Washington, D.C. from Monday through Thursday. Due to the travel, RDC's regular meeting for Wednesday has been canceled. Then on Friday, there is a signing ceremony of the transfer of the Navajo Generating Station into the Navajo Nation as well. In addition to that, on June 8th and June 9th, Office of Legislative Council will be attending the Navajo Bar Association Annual Conference out in Albuquerque, so legislative councils will not be available on June 8th and June 9th. We do not have any meeting schedule on that date, so Ms. Quinn and Ms. Khan will not be needed for any legal guidance on those 2 days. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is my announcement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable Rick Naz for announcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peter Rodney Yahodnagi over at PNM. That's for the Navajo Gallup water supply. I would appreciate it if the committee members were all there to witness how that is going to be ours. Out of Tohakia from San Juan River, it's pumped to PNM. And from there, they already have the facilities. So they're just going to bring the water across the river near Ninanza San Juan chapter and then across towards Table Mesa. So this is going to be like history for us. So I would appreciate it. Mr. Toth, you're more than welcome. Everybody here, you're more than welcome to attend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Thank you, Honorable Nez. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the RDC, and on the staff, though I didn't last night. Madam Chair, there's a request by Honorable Delegate at our last meeting or 2 weeks ago in reference to have a meeting at Tis Naspas chapter. I'd like to ask Mr. Honorable Delegate Nez if he still wants to have that meeting at Tis RDC meeting. Maybe we can have that our next schedule RDC meeting at Tis Naspas. I mean, I know he's only stepping legal. So maybe 2 meetings, maybe our next. I mean, I just asked Mr. Nez here.
Okay, Mr. Nez, would you like to have the next RDC meeting at Tisnal's Bunch chapter?
Yes, the reason I'm asking for that meeting, Shananta, the border of Colorado, the 4 states, okay? The Colorado side and the Utah side, there's a section about 1/4 mile that's very questionable. The Utes, according to the federal government, are quacky, though Elhazan, the Hazlane, and we need clarification from BIA. It's going to take an act of Congress to reinvestigate this and say, okay, this is your border, Navajo. The Utes, this is your border, and this is Colorado border. We need to read. It was brought to the 24th RDC, but at the end, we ran out of time. So it would be good to listen to the grazing from that area and the chapter officials, and also meet with the vendors, a couple of vendors. They have an executive director for the Four Corners Monument, and we can invite Parks and Rec. They need to be there. I don't know if it was the Navajo Nation that put up the money to put up a big bathroom, and that bathroom is what he gives. So we need to go get all that we need to understand over there. Yeah, I saw the house. A lot of tourists go there, and all we have is outhouses out there and a couple of facilities, and we need to do better than that. So if we would at some times, I know each of the 5 agencies, we're going to switch as to where we're going to travel, and we're at our staff traveling with us. So thank you.
Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I did make note of that. However, I just want to point out that Delegate Simpson did say, according to tradition, we start with the east. So that's the reason why I'm going in around in a circle. So we'll finish in the northern part. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we'll get to that location. But it is noted that down the road, we will have Tistas Bus chapter with RDC meeting. Any other members of RDC to make an announcement?
Just want to thank the Vicente chapter, staff, officials, the club here at Sago. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for the food. Thank you for the to-go tray right here. That's telling Honorable Simpson here that, you know, we're gonna go do our 10-mile run, and then we'll have this afterward. I want to thank you, each and every one of you here today, and all my honorable RDC colleagues, our legislative advisors, was our legislative staff here, also our legal counsel that's on the call, April Quinn and Dana. Thank you for being on the call, and everybody else that's on the call. Yeah, thank you for being with us today. And this is really an honor to be here, you know, with each and every one of you. And again, you know, all our Diné citizens or Diné people is very dear to our hearts, and we do understand Honorable Toad's requests, and we will work with all the communities throughout the Navajo Nation, and we'll continue to work forward for the betterment of our communities. And this is for the generations to come. We want to leave, you know, a beautiful place for our future, and that's what our purpose and our goal is. And also, just would like to thank all the leadership, you know, for their understanding and their commitment to the great Navajo Nation. Yeah.
Any other members of RDC with any announcements? I'd like to go ahead and make one announcement. Senator Mark Kelly, I know he's in the state of Arizona, but maybe this would have to be an initiative with the state of New Mexico as well. But bipartisan bill to clean up abandoned uranium mines on tribal land passed the Senate Committee on Environmental Public Works. And maybe this would be an initiative that the chapters here that are impacted by abandoned uranium mines that hasn't been funded for cleanup. Maybe this is an initiative that we can take on with the senators within the state, like Senator Lujan, Senator Teresa Fernandez, and other representatives in this district that would be able to get some money, because as we know, Navajo Nation within all the 3 states, we have 523 mines, but still 293 are lacking funding for cleanup. And again, in closing, I'd just like to again thank the hospitality of Vicente chapter. Vice Chair Johnson have to run an extra 3 miles today just to keep the weight off. But it's so thankful, and we are really humble about the food that we get from our people here at the local level. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and give it back, give it to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Resource Development Committee. Madam Chair, Mr. Johnny Johnson, chapter for standing rock, nice to say a few words before we close. Would that be okay?
Hakoshi, if we can keep it short and simple. So, Mr. Johnson, you do have the floor.
Madam Chair, Vice President, and members of RDC, I'd just like to extend my thank you for coming out to Vicente Eastern Navajo Community Chapter and certifying them for their new role for the next 5 years. So congratulations, Vicente Chapter. I'm proud of you and all those chapters that have re-certified. So thank you. And I'm saying this as on behalf of the Eastern Agency Council Chair. And that brings up the next item. This coming Saturday, Baka chapter, 9 o'clock Eastern Agency Council meeting. So you're all invited. Welcome. Although Eastern Agency Fair is going to happen. Right now we're meeting. I have a planning group. And we'll be doing that in the 3rd weekend of July. So it is on his tradition, so announcement not no about or had tradition. So
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for that information sharing. Announcement non-atleta. Ms. Capitan, I'm gonna go ahead and allow you.
Afternoon. I congratulate C members for Vicente. Your job was well done, and I know you all worked really well together. Congratulations, RDC. Was good to watch. Actually watch you all in person do your job, and it was good to see that. Although I have 2 announcements. The first one is we have a rug auction, probably the only rug auction that is run by our natives or Navajos. And this rug auction went on for the last over 55 years. Although I serve as their president, and every first Friday of the month is as a gift or whatever. Is Crown Point Elementary And the rug weavers really get their money's worth for the hard work that they do to weave their rugs. Andre Pinion Dolchin Lido Shipwreck Business was Bernardo Ade Dajiho for the Banada Hone. They go away happy. They want a rug for $300 sometimes, goes up to 1,000, and they sell their rugs. Across the nation. I just wanted to mention that. Although the other one is talking about uranium. 88 councils is a they came up with a law, Natural Resource Protection Act, that no 2005 had not been lost new. But not the companies are staying away from Indian land to do any more mining. But we're trying to get everything cleaned up from the mess that they all left. And we have an organization here, started from Crown Point, my husband and I, in Down, Ocho, Ashon, we were in there for over close to 20 years fighting these companies. And finally, through George Arthur Ashon, the 88 council approved that law. So now, Oyo in Church Rock, and being that you're an RDC committee, especially now with the war and everything going on, they want that uranium. And so I'm really afraid that they're gonna really come more often. To explain the Natural Resource Protection Act to him so that he will know more about what kind of work we put into it. And Jonathan Perry, he works hard at this. He didn't show up, right? President Niger, only basketball game, was really upsetting, but he really needs to know about stuff like that. We want to make sure that, they know about this. And committee of any RDC. I know when Joe Shirley wasn't there, he really supported us and really kept them away from Navajo Indian land. They tried to sneak in at Church Rock area again, and they didn't do that. So they've been coming around since last year. And we would really love for you to protect our people, not only Church Rock, Crown Point, not only this area. There's a lot of contamination, but all over the Navajo Nation.
Thank you, Ms. Capitan, for that statement and requesting support from RDC. I'd like to call for an adjournment at 2:39 p.m. May I get a motion to adjourn? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Claw. And with that, Mr. Tahi, roll call vote for adjournment.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Shauna N. Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna N. Claw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, thank you. With that, I just want to thank members of RDC and also listeners on the call and also guests that are present here in the Vicente Chapter House. And this was a good meeting today. Thank you for taking the time to be with us today. You're more than welcome to attend any RDC meetings, whether if it's via teleconference or either in person. So I just with that, I'd like to